Among the 22, one is this ICT committee. We have some major events happening every year from the FTCCI as such. One sec. For example, FTCCI Excellence Awards and FTCCI HR Awards, FTCCI MSME Conclave, then Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo, then International Conference on Shipping and Logistics. These are the events, annual events that happen every year by the other committees. When it comes to the ICT committee, it's an excellent composition of the members. We have Dr. Uday Desai as one of our advisors, and Dr. Mr. Rajanna P. Rajanna, the head of TCS. He is another advisor, and myself, the chair. As I told you, I'm the director at Informatics India. I'm in the field for over 40 years now, starting from the first generation computers. So then we have Bala Pedigari. He is a co-chairman. He is the Chief Innovation Officer at TCS. And we have Pankaj. He is the director at Idea Labs. Now it's Idea Labs, and then we have Sandeep Srivastava, director at Microsoft, and then we have members from the top industries like SAP, Microsoft, TCS, Wipro, Infosys, like that. From all these companies, we have the members in this ICT committee. At ICT committee, we have three types of activities. One is ad hoc events that happen almost every month, one activity every month. And then we have annual events. Then we have sustained activity events. So sustained activities. So on the on the ChatGPT, like that, AI in sector-wise AI use cases, blockchain, digital transformation, like that. We keep doing events. That's on a regular basis. Then we have annual events. That's we have started an event called Impetus with HICIA, in collaboration with HICIA. That will be an annual event. And Impetus is a event that happens between FTCCI members and HICIA members, where HICIA members showcase their offerings, like IT offerings. Then the members of the FTCCI from the trade and industry, they come and take the demos, and then they go for it wherever it's required. That's the purpose of this Impetus. Then we have Deep Tech Roundtable. See why Telangana is lagging behind in deep tech units. On that, we have taken an initiative, and we have run a Deep Tech Roundtable last year, and this year next edition will happen soon. So these are some of the annual events. On the sustained basis, we have the MSME health card, where MSMEs, they have to be monitored and encouraged to comply in the technologies, the finance, HR, and compliance side. So all this we are developing a forum with a application to monitor them and then grade them and give the health card system for MSMEs. That is one thing. Then we have the student industry interaction. Now this launch is happening now. And then we also have a activity for the startup and the industry interaction. Startups also need the right mentoring from the industry. Basically, the members of the FTCCI, they are the consumers of the technology and technological solutions. So the the problem statement given by the industry people, that becomes more authentic for the startups to do the innovations. Otherwise, what happens, they do on a theoretical basis, and it may be accepted or may not be accepted by the industry. Whereas if it happens in the collaboration with FTCCI industry members, it will be more successful. That's the idea. So that's about the ICT committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohan Garu. And I think one important point was about FTCCI members as companies, as industry bodies or industries themselves. I think it's very important for anybody who's building solutions to really look at getting their first flagship or lighthouse customer, and what better way to integrate or interact with the FTCCI companies to start your product development or your startup as well. So feel free, students, as I told you, you have an opportunity today to interact with some of them. Moving on, we will now tell you more about so you heard about FTCCI, you heard about the ICT committee, and then the Industry Academia Connect. This is where we are here for. And can I request one of my co-partner in crime, Pankaj, to be here with me and share more about how and what came through for us to launch this initiative in collaboration within the FTCCI ICT committee. Thank you. So, Pankaj, before we actually go and talk about the IAC or the Industry Academia Connect, why don't we tell them a short background story, the nation-building story about the Industry Academia Connect?
Yeah, the idea is also that if we pass this test, we can do a stand-up comic show on some TV channel.
I actually do that regularly in my house. I don't get paid for it, so yeah, but that would be a nice way to get some earnings outside. Sorry, go ahead, Pankaj.
Right, Manish, do you want to really talk about the backstory, about what went on behind getting this initiative here today?
Absolutely, and it started somewhere in 23,
November.
Somewhere in November, I think 3rd or 4th week. And that was one of the most interesting milestones for our country. We crossed $4 trillion as GDP. I think 19th or 20th November it was. Pankaj.
Yeah, I think we've been having a great run in the last few years. First crossing the UK economy, and now the aspirational $4 trillion economy. So I do remember how we had long discussions, and we started meeting a lot of industry folks, leaders from academia and all that.
Yes,
and you know the story.
And some of the discussions went on beyond office hours, and there we found a nice recipe for 4 to 7, 7 to 10, 10 to 15 trillion dollar formulas as well. Some of them we posted across to our chief economists and financial advisors. They were rejected outright. Pankaj.
You know why we hit a roadblock? There was one big $1 million black hole, or shall I say $1 trillion black hole, $1 trillion question. Where are we going to get those skilled resources to take the economy to the next level?
Yes, skilled resources. I think over the next few years, that is the most important aspect of going from 4 to 5 trillion, and not just 5, but to 5 to 15 as well. And a lot of industries, a lot of companies want skilled talent, and I think that is where we see, and we met a lot of industry folks, we met a lot of academic institutions, and we saw there's a huge gap, or we also call it as a demand-supply paradox for talent. Pankaj.
Oh, I'm sure with the AI and other disruptive technologies like Web3, blockchain, AR, VR and whatnot, right? It's going to be a huge challenge. I mean, at one end, we have an opportunity to make use of this and find a rightful place in the world. At the other side, if you're not going to be prepared, I think it's going to be a huge disaster. And that's where I think the whole thought process of this industry academia initiative germinated when we got in touch with a lot of academic leaders, a lot of industry leaders, and then ecosystem champions.
Absolutely.
So here we are.
Yeah, and who better than Pankaj Diwan, who has been championing the cause of students for the last 2 decades. He's very passionate about the topic of a student and doing things for student. And for Industry Academia Connect, who better than Pankaj to talk more for the next 5 minutes about what Industry Academia Connect is all about, what this initiative is, and how it augurs well for both industries and the student fraternity. Over to you, Pankaj.
Thanks, Manish. Thank you all, first of all, for being here. And I'm so grateful to all of you for being on time, especially some of you who are visiting from the other city, or they call themselves as the other country, from high-tech city. So please do keep coming here. This is the real Hyderabad. This is also Hyderabad. Yeah, because till a few years back, I used to stay in the Secunderabad area, and when I used to come to high-tech city, people used to tease me every day asking, do you get a visa every day to come to high-tech city? Now I stay quite opposite T-Hub, so I get a chance to tease everyone else. Thank you. Right. So I think taking from where we left the conversation between me and Manish, if we are to really become a multi-trillion-dollar opportunity, we have to become a product nation. Because if you look at the market cap of Apple, I think it's around $2.73 trillion. If you look at the market cap of Microsoft, it's about $3.25 trillion. So you just add Microsoft and Apple, and that's an aspiration for India in that sense, right? And why is that? Because we may have as many services companies, we may have as many startups, but unless we are going to create those world-class products, I don't think we are going to get there. And that is where we have TAS, T-Hub, T-Works, kind of entities which are partners of this initiative, which are all sitting together, brainstorming in terms of how do we do that. And to make product nation, we is one, but about 20 of you are real representatives of those students. And I think this message is what has to go across the length and breadth of country, that we need to build more product engineers. And how do you build product engineers, right? There's everyone ultimately gets a job, and IT industry has been very kind in giving jobs to a lot of people. But the question that we really need to ask ourselves is, are we building bricklayers? Are we becoming bricklayers in the IT industry, or are we becoming the architects in IT industry? I think for last 20, 25 years or 30 years, for example, when we started with the IT growth, it was all okay to get any kind of job. But today I think the young people have more confidence, they have more aspiration, and I think it's time to build on the foundation that our seniors and super seniors have laid, and really look at this as an opportunity for us, for India, to make those architects of the IT industry. You know, like in a building, you have the masons working and you have architects working. Essentially, both can go back home and say, we did a great job for that building. But you know the difference between a mason and an architect. The mason would just be following the instructions, putting things without knowing what he is doing. But the architect would have thought about it, would have designed about it. So I think that's where we have to get into that design thinking mode. That's where we have to get into that architect mode in terms of that thinking professional mode. Now, how are we trying to do that? We are trying to do that by partnering with Talent Farm, and it's an AI-based platform where we are, first of all, bringing together a lot of industry problem statements. FTCCI is a rich body which has more than 5,000 direct members and 25,000 members. So from agri-tech to fintech to vaccine, pharma, healthcare, name an industry, and you have member companies of FTCCI. And we have now started working with these member companies to source problem statements, because I think I remember listening to Mukesh Ambani once, where he said that his professor in the university would grade them based on the problems they identified rather than the solutions. And I think in the world of ChatGPT, building a solution is probably become easy. But do you identify the right problem? Can you understand the problem domain? Can you articulate the problem? Or are we going to shoot in the dark? Are we going to build fantasies in our college labs? I think that's the difference that we have to look at. And that is where the emphasis in this initiative is going to be a lot on identifying problem statements, understanding problem statements, and articulating problem statements. That it's engineers very excited about how to do things without getting into why do we need to do things or what do we need to do, right? And I think that's where the basics are going to be set right in this program, where giving it a try. So that's where I think a lot of emphasis is going to be on why. And one way of doing that is bringing together a lot of problem statements from various domains so that you get an opportunity to choose those problem statements, pick up the problem that you want to follow. Someone may have affinity to agriculture, someone may have affinity to healthcare, education, whatnot, right? The other important thing that we are trying to do in this is get a lot of mentors. So we're very fortunate, and quite a few of them are sitting here today. We have some of the best-in-class mentors, and these are not mentors who have just lent their name. These are mentors who are lending their time. These are mentors who are working with us, discussing with us, brainstorming with us, helping us build the product better, helping us build this initiative better. In the ICT team itself, you saw a wide range of people coming from all sections of the society, coming from very large MNCs like SAP, startups, organizations like T-Hub and NASCOM, all kinds of organizations. So it's really an initiative where people have got together, because all of us have been struggling with this problem for the last 20, 30 years. I remember sitting as a student in 1997, 96, and someone coming and talking about the gap between industry and academia. And unfortunately, after 24 years back, I am standing here and talking about the same thing. Nothing much has changed, right? And I think we've had enough of Lee's time to correct that, but now it's a question of survival. Now it's a question of survival. It's also a question of, are we going to let go this opportunity, or are we going to make the best use of this opportunity with so much disruption happening around us? So I think one of the very big key points about this initiative is the kind of mentors who are associated with it, who are going to validate, who are going to help you understand those problem statements. Not just technology mentors, but also domain experts. Because if you want to solve a problem in agriculture, you also need an agriculture specialist. If you want to solve a problem in healthcare, you also want a healthcare specialist. If you want to design a hardware product, you need the support of T-Works for designing and prototyping. If you want to start your own startup, you need the incubation at T-Hub, right? So that's how it's going to work together. Now, in a screenshot, if I were to quickly take 2 minutes to explain how the whole story goes, you see on the left side, you have all the actors who are there on the platform, be it the recruiters, mentors, service providers, students, of course, and then there's that smart AI buddy, which does all the magic. You have multiple stages where the student goes through profiling, ideation, learning, building, and then finally showcasing or demonstrating it. There's a problem catalog, learning resources, a lot of online lab infra, cloud-based labs have been created in AI, cloud-based labs have been created in blockchain, Web3, all these areas. And then of course, the AI buddy kind of monitors your progress and keeps giving insights so that corrections and interventions can be done right in time instead of crying over spilt milk later on. Right? The AI buddy also does a lot of recommendations, scheduling and all that. And finally, as an outcome, you have a skill wallet, which is a verified blockchain-based wallet where your credentials are stored. You have an app store where you can showcase to the world what you have built so that you don't go with your resume. I mean, resume is a pass. You can't go in today's world and say, this is my bio data, right? You say, this is my portfolio. These are the applications I have built. This is my GitHub repository. This is my app showcase. Please have a look at it. And these are the mentors who have checked on me, who have given a industry assessment report so that it becomes a neutral report. And all these curated profiles, as you solve these problems, are shared with potential employees, of course based on your consent. If you think you don't want to share it, it's not going to be. But these are all shared with the industry recruiters or with the employers. This way it's a win-win situation because employers are also scrambling for talent. I keep telling this, you need only one job, but the company needs 100 people like you. So the problem is bigger on the other side. Right? The problem is bigger on the other side. And when they get an opportunity to see curated profiles, when they know that the person is not just coming and writing on the resume, given an opportunity, I will do my best. Right? Everyone tells the same thing, right? That's the standard resume line. But how do I believe in you? Why should I waste my time on you? Why should I even train you? Now this is where a proof of concept, this is where data-backed, evidence-backed profile helps in the recruiter knowing, in the employer knowing exactly that these are your strengths. It's almost like you have worked with them and done an internship of 6 months with them. So I know every aspect of it. It's like how when a new team member joins me, over 6 months I get to know the strengths of the person, I get to know what are good and bad aspects of the person. That's exactly what happens here. So it becomes a huge opportunity as an internship for students to work on this. Incidentally, even as we were preparing for this event, just about a week back, the Prime Minister spoke something very interesting at the Startup Mahakumbh. And I want Srila to play that video, and you'll see how it's just coincidental that the Prime Minister spoke on exactly the same lines.
Part of the script, Pankaj.
Yeah, I have a direct hotline.
यानी कहने का तात्पर्य है कि इनके पास जब मिलते हैं बच्चे बैठते हैं बहुत चीजें निकाल के लाते हैं और ये 18, 20, 22 साल के नौजवान हैं जी। मैं कहूँगा ये जो हमारे बिजनेस के जो CII है, FICCI है, SOHM है, मैं उनको कहता हूँ कि वो अपनी अपनी इंडस्ट्री के प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई करें। प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई करके वे ये स्टार्टअप वालों का हैकाथॉन करें और उनको प्रॉब्लम दे। मैं पक्का मानता हूं ये बहुत बढ़िया सॉल्यूशन ला करके देंगे आपको। उसी प्रकार से मैं MSMEs के लोगों को कहूंगा कि आप अपने प्रॉब्लम्स निकालिए। टेक्निकल हर्डल्स होंगे, समय बहुत ज्यादा होगा, स्मूथनेस नहीं होगी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में, डिफेक्टिव प्रोडक्शन होता होगा, बहुत सी चीजें होगी। आप देश के स्टूडेंट्स के पास जाइए, उनका हैकाथॉन आप ऑर्गेनाइज, MSMEs के लोग खुद और सरकार को कहीं मत पर रखिए। हम ये 2 एरिया में अगर मेहनत शुरू करें तो देश की यंग टैलेंट हमें बहुत सारी समस्याओं का समाधान देंगे और हमारी यंग टैलेंट को इसमें से आइडिया मिलेगा कि हाँ ये भी क्षेत्र है जहां मैं काम कर सकता हूं। हमें इस स्थिति में जाना चाहिए और मैं मानता हूं कि स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ में से कुछ एक्शनेबल पॉइंट निकलने चाहिए।
Thank you, Modi ji, for endorsing. Right, I don't think I have anything more to say after this. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We request your support. This is not an initiative of FTCCI. This is not an initiative of Talent Farm. This is an initiative which is going to be successful when all stakeholders work together. So I request the students, the academic fraternity, the industry mentors who are here, the partner organizations who are here, to please come together and let's make it a reality. Thank you.
Passion, thy name is Pankaj Diwan. Yeah. Thank you for that lovely, passionate speech, Pankaj, and talking so much about the initiative itself. And thank you, Shri Modi ji as well, for endorsing it in a nice way. It came across very well. We have been thinking about it for the last 3 months. We planned this event, and suddenly we get this endorsement as well. But no, seriously, I think it is the need of the hour. All of us, and we have been speaking to a lot of our friends in fraternity, all of us want to do something. Everybody says, यार मुझे कोई थोड़ा सा मौका दे तो मैं करना चाहूँगा. It's just that people are not getting the right platform to do it. There's no one single channel where people can come and say, yeah, I have 1 hour today. Can I go and talk to 1,000 students about blockchain? Can I talk to 1,000 students about Gen AI? A lot of people want to do that. And you see some of them already in the first few rows today. And I'm telling you, we have already identified 40 to 50 of the mentors on this side already, right? So once today's launch program is over, we are going to get into the next step of execution immediately. And that's where I think support is needed. We will talk about the support every 15-20 minutes. I think I forgot to talk about TWorks once more, right? So TWorks, one of the largest prototyping center in India. I think if you have not visited TWorks, on an honest note, you should plan a trip. It just opens up completely different equation in your mindset. Yeah. Thank you for that, Pankaj, the sutradhar of this initiative. We will now, get into the next program, which is the MOU exchange. So we're doing this in Telangana. We're doing this with FTCCI. And just by chance, we have all the 4 partners who have been working on the MOU with us. Talent Farm, T-Hub, TWorks, and Task. I don't know, it's a coincidence, everything starts with T, but yeah, we're doing it in Telangana, guys. So all 4 of them, one by one on the stage. We start with Talent Farm, and I will request Mr. Sudarshan Tyagarajan, please be on the stage. I will also request Ms. Sangeeta, please on the stage. I request Professor Uday Desai, please be on the stage. Mr. Mohan Raidu Garu and Pankaj. So the idea is, so MOU, and we want to make this a meaningful MOU. So, Talent Farm. Yeah. So Sudarshan, COO Talent Farm, and this MOU, again, we wanted to make it meaningful. So today is, you'll see it as a photo op, but idea is to take it to the next level, and that's why using Talent Farm as a platform for the students is going to make it very, very important. Thank you. I'll request everybody to stay on. Next is TASK. Dr. Sinha, please. Telangana Academy of Skilling and Knowledge, TASK. Please, ma'am. We will be doing a lot of joint work together, and as I said, the MOU is just in the direction where collaboration will happen, and it's a signed off collaboration. I request Sujit from T-Hub, please. Thank you. I would request Mr. Sanjay, representing T-Works today, please on the stage. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, you didn't write. Some things have to be left for myself. Right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And Sanjay, Sujit, Mr. Sinha, Sudarshan. Yes. What is happening today? I don't know. All right. So the idea, this is not just an MOU, guys. We really look forward to all the collaboration. All the, at T-Hub, the startups that you have, we want them to come to the students to look at what we are trying to create with them as projects, and then whoever wants to hire interns or employees, I think that's the right talent pool to dip in as well. With that, the next part of the program, all right, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan's message. So we had the great opportunity to meet him a few days ago. He was initially planned to be here. He had to excuse himself out, but and you guys know Jayesh Ranjanji very well, right? He's now been elevated as a special chief secretary, and he has been stewarding this entire initiative across IT, across academia. This topic also is quite close to his heart. In fact, we have a special message to be played for him. Once you are ready, please.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Jayesh Ranjan. I'm the Special Chief Secretary for IT and Industries and Commerce in Telangana government. My apologies that I'm not able to join this event in person. I would have loved to be there because this is a topic which is very, very important for me. But for some circumstances, I'm not able to be there in person. But nevertheless, I'm happy that I'm getting a chance to share some thoughts with all of you. To begin with, I would like to congratulate FTCCI for conceptualizing this entire thought, this entire idea, and then this program. See, for decades altogether, we have been speaking about it. Companies complain to us, students complain to us. I mean, normally we use an expression win-win, but we are in the midst of a lose-lose kind of a scenario. Companies keep telling us that they don't find candidates who are suited for the job market, they are not ready, and therefore companies have to invest lots of time and effort and resources in retraining them, reorienting them. On the other hand, students complain that they don't get enough job opportunities, placements are very difficult to come by, and at the end of it, both the parties, the industries and the colleges, the students bring their issues to the government, and we feel that we are in some kind of a helpless situation. We know that this is a situation which has solutions, but no one has been able to kind of succeed in getting a solution regularly and sustainably on a long-term basis. So what I see happening here is something which that holds lots of promise for me. See, there is only one way. Of course, when we say that students complain that they don't get enough job opportunities, it is not to say that students in IITs and triple ITs and BITS and some of the best management schools don't get opportunities. In fact, at the end of their placement season, sometimes it happens that a student has got three jobs or four jobs also. But the government's responsibility is largely amongst its own colleges, the smaller colleges, the rural colleges, the remote colleges. And obviously there are some challenges with these colleges also because they're rural, they're remote. Many of them don't have enough financial resources to recruit the best possible faculty or engage the best possible resource, set up the best possible labs, etc. So there is of course some shortfall in the quality of education which is given. But despite that, to say that students are no good is again an overgeneralization and oversimplification. So there are 3-4 ways in which we need to tackle this scenario. One, of course, is to ensure that colleges, particularly the students and the faculty who teach the final year students or the third year students in an engineering course, they understand what exactly is required by the industry. And their offerings are tailor-made to the requirements of the industry. That can only happen if there is a good amount of industry exposure. Internship is an idea which, particularly in the new government in Telangana, the current government, our Honorable Minister himself is giving lots of impetus to this. In fact, his ambition is that every final year student, regardless of the course that he is pursuing, it is not just confined to an engineering student or a management student or a pharma student. Every student should get an opportunity to work on a long-term internship, not some 6 weeks or 1 month or 2 months kind of thing, maybe half a year or 8 months, so that he gets actually embedded in an industry and develop skills in that period. And also the contribution that he makes is valued in the sense that it is made a part of his overall assessment, grading is done, marks are given. So there is seriousness from both the student side and the industry side. The other thing is that how do you promote entrepreneurship among students? So job requirements are there for some number of students, but today we are seeing a world in which more and more students are trying to become entrepreneurs. They are trying to take up entrepreneurial opportunities. So can anything be done to sow that seed of entrepreneurship at the student stage itself? Now, as everyone recognizes, entrepreneurship is not a subject which can be taught through a classroom kind of a lesson. It is not that as a faculty I come and stand before a board and tell you the definition of entrepreneurship and you memorize that definition, you write it in an exam. That is not the way in which people should understand entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship can be learned by solving or by tackling, or at least attempting to tackle or attempting to solve, or at least start thinking about real world problems. So again, if industries are able to use the students by presenting real world problems before them, engaging them to bring solutions, work as a team, recognize what are your skills, but what are the skills that you don't have, which are also required for that problem solving, develop that kind of a team, someone guides you, someone mentors you, data is made available to you, whatever technology that you want to deploy, the faculty in your college uses, their skills are used to guide you about that technology. So that is again a good way in which industry also sometimes can get very good solutions from student ideas also. It may not happen all the time, because some of the ideas may still require lots of refinement, but at least some good will come if fresh perspective, students from a completely new kind of background or new perspective start looking at this solution. So as I said, from a lose-lose situation, we can convert it into a win-win situation industry benefits, because if they're looking for employees or for the staff recruitment, the interns can potentially be good staff members. Having spent 8-9 months with them, understood the culture, understood the working style, understood the skills that the company is actually deploying, and thereby mastering those skills as a part of their curriculum. And if industries are looking at solutions for their problems, this again is an opportunity to get young startups, student startups, work on these problems. For a student also, placement becomes easier, or if they want to become an entrepreneur, the direction becomes clearer, because this is something which I particularly noticed, that many young people, young entrepreneurs who come to us in institutions like T-Hub or T-Works, etc., while they may be very passionate, but the first choice that they are making about the line of activity, sometimes that is not the most appropriate choice. Sometimes it is clearly a wrong choice. So this also will be a very educative experience for all these students to actually understand what direction the industry requires them to take. So as I said, I'm glad that FTCCI is putting together this initiative. I'm happy that government institutions like T-Hub, T-Works, D-Hub, etc. are becoming a part of this initiative. And 10 colleges is, of course, this is just a beginning, but eventually we must be able to reach a stage where we expand it. So my suggestion would be that you make it demand driven. I mean, you can start with 10. You must have selected those 10 following some criteria, following some process, but I'm sure the word will spread. And thereafter, whenever any other college also requests that they would like to enroll for this initiative, please continue to add to these numbers. And I'm happy that you have engaged Talent Farm to manage this whole program, because eventually, I mean, ideas will be good, but execution also requires lots of meticulousness, lots of precision, and therefore a experienced and well-versed company like Talent Farm coming into this picture augurs very well for this initiative. So once again, my best wishes to all of you. And this is one initiative which I would be very keenly following. So please keep me updated on how the progress is. And hopefully whenever there is some other event to celebrate another milestone or to celebrate the success of this initiative, I'll make it a point that I'm available that day and be present amongst all of you. So my good wishes to everyone, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Fantastic. A big round of applause. A big round of applause to Jayesh Ranjan ji. I think the passion, that he spoke about this initiative, what he wants to do, and he made it very clear at the end of the conversation when we and Pankaj were on the call that he wants us to keep him updated. It is not just an event for a launch, but it is an event it's a launch event for a movement, for a mission in Hyderabad. So thank you for that endorsement, Jayesh Ranjani. One last round of applause for him. I think he's done tremendous for this state in the last 10-12 years. Thank you. And moving on, we will now have the initiative plaques presented to all the colleges on behalf of FTCCI ICT committee. And for that, if I can request partner colleges. So firstly, when we took this initiative to the colleges, and today we have, I think, 9 colleges represented here in person. All of them were very interested from day one. What we discussed with them is there is a genuine problem. There is a genuine team here to solve it. When and how we can come to solve this? The answer was yes, and then when, right? And for the last 1.5 months, we have been followed up by each of them. Was kab start kar rahe? When do? We are losing time. Our students are waiting for you. There is a lot of interest. Initially, we are going to pilot this with 10 colleges. And as we grow, as we bring in more mentors, as we bring in more industry partners, we will have opportunities to bring in more colleges as well. So thank you to all the partner colleges. Thank you to everyone from the college who was there on the meetings and the discussions that we've had, and the amount of commitment that you guys have showcased. And trust us, if we are not able to take this forward in a big way, we will be ashamed of ourselves. So thanks for showing so much of trust in us. With that, in can we have one by one colleges coming on the stage? I will also, I'm sorry. Okay. So we will have all our guests, professors up. Uday Desai, sir, please on the stage. Mohan Raidu Garu, please. Shrikant Sinha ji, back on the stage, please. Rajesh is here as yet? No. All right. Okay. Pankaj ji, back on the stage, please. Thank you. And I'm sorry, I will not know the representatives here in this room. So as you guys see the list of colleges coming on the slide, please come over. Yes. So college number 1, B.V. Raju Institute of Technology, please. And Dr. Ramesh, I would request you to be on the stage to hand over the plaque, please. Please. That's B.V. Raju Institute of Technology. Thank you. Thanks for all the commitment shown. Please, I think the best part is the photos have to be correct. Whatever happens before and after that is okay, right? This will be showcased to so many people. So that's B.V. Raju Institute of Technology. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. Thank you. Mr. Bala, can I please request your presence on the stage? Next up on the college list is Geetanjali College of Engineering Technology. Please, round of applause. Geetanjali College of Engineering and Technology. Thank you, Bala. Thank you very much. Can I? Thank you. Can I request Mr. Avnish please be on the stage? Next college up, Jyotishmati Institute. I think they are not here, right? The next one, Malla Reddy University. Please. Thank you. Thanks for all your commitment. Please. That's Malla Reddy University. Thank you. Thank you, Avnish. Can I request Mr. Raghu Kumar, please? Thank you, Raghu. Please on the stage. Next college, MLR Institute of Technology. Please. Round of applause, guys. Thank you. Thanks for all the commitment, please. Thank you. Thank you, Raghu. Can I please invite Ms. Rashi on the stage, please? Thank you. Next college, Nalla Malla Reddy Engineering College. Please on the stage. Thank you. Direct onto the stage, Rajesh. Come. We'll request your august presence on the stage right now. Thanks for coming. Good to see you. Next, I would like to call Mr. Sujit. Sujit, please. And next college, Spurti Engineering College. Please, round of applause, guys. Round of applause. Thank you, Sujit. Can I please request Mr. Sanjay from T-Works? Next college, Srinidhi Institute of Science and Technology, SNIST. Yeah, please, gentlemen. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Can I request Ms. Sheetal, please, on the stage? And the next college, St. Peter's Engineering College. Anyone? Yeah. Brilliant. Thank you. Please come on the stage. Round of applause, guys. Next college. Any more college? SR University. I'll come. And I'm inviting Mr. Manish Gupta on the stage, please.
टी ब्रेक में लीजिए
Done, right? Okay, thank you for being on the stage. Please take your seats, gentlemen. Thank you. I will also request, during the tea break, we will request all the colleges to come together. We want one large panoramic picture with all of you together. So I think we should be breaking in next 10 minutes or so, but just remember to be in this room for 5 minutes during the tea break. That's for the colleges. All right. Pankaj, you were saying something? All right, gentlemen and ladies and friends, it's my honor to invite Professor Uday Desai onto the stage. He needs no introduction. If you are in Hyderabad, if you are in Telangana, if you are part of this ecosystem, you already would know about Mr. Uday Desai. But I have a duty to perform. I have to read a lot of things about him. No, I have to. There are people who should know this. We started off saying that we are not bots over here today. But no, give a big round of applause, Professor Uday Desai. It's an honor to have you here. And if you can, share a few words and a few thoughts with the August gathering here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This introduction thing, I like to cut it short. Sometime, I think a few years ago, myself and my former professor from IIT Kanpur, PRK Rao, we were on a stage together, and they were introducing us. So then I remember PRK Rao, whispers in my ear, and he says, "Uday, are they introducing us or reading a horoscope?" So since that day, I've decided that one-line introduction is good enough, and now we have LinkedIn and you have all kinds of things, and you can find more information about me than I would know. Okay. So to start with, I'm indeed thankful to Mr. Raidu and Pankaj for inviting me and giving this opportunity for sharing a few of my thoughts. At the outset, I'd like to congratulate FTCCI, though I am kind of advisor to it, but still I'll say that, formally, I think there are people who are very strongly associated with it for many, many years. I think this is a great initiative, and though everybody has been talking about it for many years, I think it is the need of the hour. And it's a very important initiative. And what I will say, my points, my few remarks that I have would be biased by the fact that I am an academician. So sometimes some of the industry folks here may not find it very pleasant to their ears. So do excuse me. Right in the beginning, I'm trying to kind of ask for their apology, apologizing to them. Okay. See, this thing has been around for a long time. Pankaj alluded to it that 24 years ago he talked about it, or somebody else talked, and now today he's talking about it. I myself has been involved with these debates on industry academia in India. I don't know how many debates I've gone through. At least maybe there must have been 25 or plus more. Okay, over last at least 2 decades. So every time there are gatherings and we talk about that industry and academia should come together, and then that thing is going on. And I think we need to really think about it. One of the things I feel, and that I think FTCCI has already started, is a dialogue between industry and academia. I think that dialogue has not happened. Each talks about what their needs are, each talks about what they want, what they can, and there is no kind of coming together of the two together. The intention is there, okay, the will is there. You talk to industry, they feel, yes, we want to interact with academia. You talk to academia, they'll say, yes, we want to interact with industry. But somehow, the things are not gelling, okay. And I think this is a little complicated issue in some sense, not as simple as to why they are not gelling. And one of the simple reasons that I could come up with, and I'm sure there are many more, see, industry typically is looking at quarter to quarter. Okay, they have something, they want results every quarter, and particularly if you are a listed company, if you are on BSE, or if you are, even if you are a multinational and you're listed somewhere, then every quarter you have to announce, and your primary responsibility is to the shareholders. So they always think in that particular context. On the other hand, academia operates on a different time scale. The slowest time is year to year. Okay, most projects that we pick up in academia are typically never a 1 quarter project. Nothing gets done in 1 quarter, let's put it. We look at annually. And even after 1 year, it is rare that we finish a full project. Typically, it takes much longer than that. And you can look around, like most research funding that one gets, not just in India, okay, or project funding, if you wish, from government organization, even if you go to the US, typically it is 2 to 3 years. Many a times they go up to 5 years. Okay, so this sort of perspective of time in terms of completing a project, I think quite often comes in the way of kind of the two coming together. So this has been there for some time. There is another dimension which has come in, and again now it creates problems for the two to come together. The dimension was not very dominant earlier, it was there, is IPR. Nobody likes to talk about that, but that's the biggest monkey when it comes to kind of how the two will interact. Who will own the IPR? Industry gives money, they feel, hey, we own all the IPR. I've had that occasion even with multinationals, that if we are giving you some project, we own the IPR 100%. Academia feels that, look, hey, we are providing the solution. Pankaj talked about problems. Okay, the Prime Minister also talked about problems are given. Okay, then if you are providing the solution, what is it that we get in the long run? Okay, how do we interact? Now, I don't have an answer to this particular part. The first part, I think I have some thoughts on it, and I think there, if you sit together and talk about it, okay, one can resolve the time issue from quarter to say 2 years type of thing. US has tackled it, and so it's not some rocket science that we can look at it. Even the IPR issues one can look at as to how US university, the reason I'm mentioning about US universities is predominantly that there the industry academia interaction is much stronger, much better. They've had a much longer history, I would say, at least to my kind of interaction. I first went to US in '74, and always there was some kind of an interaction which was there between industry and academia. Okay, and I'll say a few words on that, because I think we can learn a lot from them and not have this very short-term vision with which industry would interact with academia out here. So one of the big things, for example, in India particularly, and again I'm being critical of industry out here, when they talk of problems, we get turnkey projects. Now maybe smaller colleges, smaller institutions, are happy with that. If you go to a place like an IIT, I've spent a lifetime in IIT out here. So normally we don't want turnkey projects. By and large we'll say no. If somebody comes up with a turnkey, thank you, fine, it's okay. Even if there's a lot of money involved in it. And partly because if an Indian industry is offering me a turnkey project, I can go to Google, I can go to Microsoft, I can go to Motorola, I can go to Texas Instruments and get a much better long-term project with very little kind of, interference. Every 1 month I will not get a phone call, what have you done, how have you gone. So if you look at it, at least in IITs, IISCs, by and large, they do have some industry connect, but often it is with multinationals. Multinationals think very differently. Their whole perspective is very different when it comes to industry-academia interaction. I think this is one thing. But now it may be, as I said, in smaller institutions, people are happy. We have some project. Okay, we'll take 6 months, work on something, do some and give you an output on a turnkey project. By and large, I can almost assure you, no IISc or IIT faculty, I don't know much about BITS that much, or for that matter, IIITs, would touch. I never looked, I can give my personal example. I never took a turnkey project if it came from industry. And I was thankful to them. I said, look, I can suggest somebody else maybe. I'm talking more about Bombay, where I used to do a lot more R&D projects. Hyderabad, it was more like building the institute. So I say, okay, I know somebody at Sardar Patel College, maybe I can introduce you to him and you can talk to them and they can kind of tackle this particular problem. So I think you have to modulate your project and it cannot be one size fits all. That is with whom you are interacting. This is one thing which I would suggest. That's what I talk about. If there are high risk project, by and large professors will look at it very, very happily and they'll spend a lot of time on it, irrespective of the IPR issues and other issues. If you look at US industries, this is one of the points I wanted to make. By and large, when they interact with academia, they give them high risk projects. They give them projects which their own R&D unit cannot solve. So if you're looking at HP, you're looking at Google, okay, you can look it up. For example, there is a big project going on. Every big university, if you look at MIT, Stanford, Berkeley, has this huge project where a consortium of industries, and they're looking at least a 5-year horizon. There's a project called Oxygen, for example, which is about human-computer interaction and other things going on at MIT. Multiple industries are there, and their approach, in fact, I recall, I was with HP for about a couple of years, they'll just give them, I think, $1 million or $2 million, and twice a year there will be a gathering at MIT. I think that project was slightly different from Oxygen, if I recall. And they would meet, along with other industry folks, and just look at what is happening. And the idea was something interesting came out, they will do it. I recall a similar consortium project at University of Washington on semiconductors. The reason I'm mentioning semiconductors is suddenly, semicon has become a big buzzword in India. We're setting up fabs and doing a lot of things. Again, it was a consortium project. Companies like Intel and various other companies would, AMD and all would fund that. Twice a year, they will have a gathering at University of Washington. Okay, they will look at what has come up. And any industry could, basically the consortium had the first right to refusal, let's put it that way. But they were not worried too much about, what is it that I got? I give you $1 million, now let me see, whether I got A, B, C, D, E. In India is like, outcome, okay? So these are the outcomes which were there and you start ticking off, whether this outcome has been satisfied, this outcome, it's like grading an exam paper. I think it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. We are obsessed with these exam papers and we use that same model everywhere and everywhere we go to out there. So that is one point. Now, one good thing which has happened to create a strong dialogue, that UGC and AICT has started something called Professor of Practice. So I would appeal to industry personnel to come forward and become Professor of Practice at academic institutions. Today, I think 9 or 10 academic institutions have signed some kind of a MOU with FTCCI. I would say that, the industries which are involved, which are there as part of FTCCI, can you become Professor of Practice at different departments? And I'm saying it because I interact with many private universities. Since I finished my tenure as director at IIT Hyderabad in 2019, I don't interact that much with IIT after that. In the last 5 years, roughly about 4.5 years, my interaction has been primarily with private universities, and not just one, multiple of them in Telangana. In fact, I'm involved with some outside Telangana, in Andhra Pradesh also, then some in Dehradun, some in Mohali, etc. Okay. And as the Vice President of Indian National Academy of Engineering, again I interact with many private universities. Okay. So I'm talking broadly out here. The academic institutions, after this announcement was made, are anxiously looking for people from industry to become Professor of Practice. Unfortunately, if you talk to them, They're not getting it. You can talk to these 9 universities, and I think Vishnu is also here from Anurag University, and you ask any one of them. Okay. Yes, in IT sector they are able to get something. But if they are looking at mechanical engineering, civil engineering, even electrical engineering, and I'm not talking about electronics and communication engineering, but if you look at hardcore electrical engineering, they have a lot of difficulty in getting professor of practice. My suggestion, and I would, if FTCCI can enable this particular aspect, to have, to create this link so that professor of practice can be provided, at least to the universities and institutions which have an MOU with them. So I'm not saying you do it for everybody and anybody. You have MOU with them, so you have in some sense, you're starting with 10, and as Jayesh Ranjan was saying, you can expand it to maybe 20, 40 as you go along, which is very good. And focus will be Telangana. After all, you are FTCCI. See if you can have professor of practice in various engineering disciplines. And at least I have been advocating to universities, and by and large they have accepted it. Okay, I'm not naming them because I've interacted with quite a few of them. That make it flexible. That professor of practice is not going to come here Monday, Wednesday, Friday and give 1 hour lecture. No. They may come one day a week, and by and large they are agreeable to it. Okay, occasionally somebody may have some reason for it. They may come maybe, every Friday afternoon or something like that, or they may say, okay, Wednesday afternoon is when I'll come and interact, etc. And I said, don't expect them to do a regular teaching job, because that is not what they are trained for. Let them just interact with faculty and students. So my feeling is that if professor of practice is present on the campus, even say half a day a week, okay, we're not talking about enormous amount of time, and that half a day you can pick. Okay. And also that half a day can sometimes be movable, because suddenly if you're traveling, you have commitments at your industry, you can say, oh, this week I can't come on Friday, okay, but no, next I can come on a Monday, or I can come on this thing. So that sort of flexibility, and most universities I've interacted with, they are all willing to do something like that. What will happen is suddenly a dialogue will start. A lot of things that you are talking about, that what are the needs of the industry. There's no better way to kind of solve some of these problems when you are then rubbing shoulders. You can have formal gatherings, round tables, and as I said, I've been to multiple round tables, at the national level, in fact, not just the state level. Okay, and we still keep having round tables, and the same dialogue is going on. My feeling is this is a great opportunity. I do compliment both UGC and AICT for enabling it. Earlier they had all kinds of reservations, but now they are very happy with it. And partly I think it came from a lot of these roundtable discussions, that this has to be done. So please have this, because when you have a professor of practice out there rubbing shoulders and having tea, coffee, if you are from industry, you'll also be there in the canteen waiting for a cup of coffee. Then you start chatting. Hey, this is our problem. This is what and that is, I think, very critical. As they say in industry, some of the biggest deals are made not in conference halls but at the golf course, right? So academia does not have golf courses, but we do have nice canteens, at least good coffee and other things. So I think that's where some of the interactions can take place, okay? And it will come up, okay, this is how we can work together. And I think that is something, I'm hoping maybe at the end of the year, FTCCI with this great initiative that they have, Indian Industry Academia Connect, maybe a better blueprint will emerge. Right now, still there are a lot of thoughts that people have given based on past experiences. But I think we have to understand the pain points and what each one can contribute a little better. And no better way to do it than to have these sort of one-on-one interactions as opposed to, we need roundtables, I'm not denying that. Right in the beginning, I started with that. So I think that is very important to have these roundtables out here. Okay, but this is something, the professor of practice. And IITs have started that. I have several colleagues who were in industry. They have become, you must have heard, for example, IIT Bombay had a big coup. The former CEO of TCS, Gopinath, he's a professor of practice at IIT Bombay. So after he stepped down as CEO, I think IIT Bombay approached him, saying that, hey, and there are no constraints on him. He can come anytime he wants. He can do anything he wants in IIT Bombay campus, literally. He has all the flexibility in the world. And it makes sense. He's a former CEO of TCS. I know people from smaller companies who have become professor of practice at IIT Madras, IIT Delhi, etc. So it is happening, but we need to, as was rightly done by FTCCI and rightly pointed out by Jayesh Ranjan, we need to reach out to smaller colleges. Okay, IITs will get that. I think that need not be the focus. Even to some extent, NITs and IIITs will manage. But I'm very happy with the MOUs that were signed, all the 9 MOUs that came today. Okay, so with these few words, I'll stop at this particular point, and I'll be happy to facilitate this kind of interaction, having association with academia, and now association also with FTCCI. So thank you very much, and I wish FTCCI and the academic institutions, okay, a great collaboration together. Thank you very much.
I will request you to stay back on the stage. 2-3 things. इतना दूर से आपको बुलाया तो ऐसे तो जाने नहीं देंगे. I request, I have a lot of questions, but I'll get a lot of opportunities to discuss with him later on. But anybody, any nice, interesting thought, any question for Professor Saab, feel free to bring it up. We have about 2-3 minutes. Happy to, yeah, absolutely. It's a good, gathering. Why not take an opportunity? Yes, Bala.
So you mentioned about the professor of practice. Indeed, from the academia, I see that there is a kind of a need which is emerging. They are willing to have the POPs. But I also see there is a resistance coming from the industry.
Yes.
To nominate person as a professor of practice, they see it as a secondary income. They say that you're getting paid, it's a secondary income. I think that kind of a myth need to be eliminated because the person is investing time. It is a mutual benefit. I believe the roundtable you mentioned can remove that kind of a myths and also remove the things. How do we enable that? And I want FTCCI to take the leadership here to work with the industries to nominate the professor of practice directory, which can be leveraged by the academia to choose from them. So that would be the way to look at and drive it. If there is a roundtable can be facilitated by the leaders like you, it can make a big difference here.
Yeah, I think one can do that. So I agree with you. See, first of all, I don't think academia is going to pay a huge amount of money. If you look at the salaries, don't get me wrong. Most academic, at least the private academic institutions and universities are struggling to even maintain the 7th pay commission. And by the way, 7th pay commission was started in 2016 or something, right? Yeah. In fact, now the 8th pay commission should come. I don't know whether the commission will come or what will happen. I'm not involved with it. So actually, first of all, the money is very small. Okay, it's not a large sum of money. Okay, and that industry has to take a call. So I think to look upon it as any side income or extra income is not there, because this is not moonlighting. The industry knows. You are kind of telling your boss, your company that, hey, I'm going to do this particular part. And in some sense, the word that you correctly used is that also the industry is kind of nominating them. That, hey, we would like you to go. So I think if I were industry, I would have a selfish interest saying that, look, I want to recruit students, I want to interact with it. How do I get the first cut? Because if my employee, somebody at a reasonable level, is a professor of practice in that particular university, likelihood is that I may have the first cut or the first choice to recruit their students. Because I can talk to them, hey, we are there, we are interacting, etc., etc. Give us a chance to interview. So I may get the best students from there. So there are a lot of pluses. Okay, and the invest from industry is what, maybe half a day for that particular person. I don't think, and that too, as I mentioned, can be kept flexible. Okay, so and the money that I know, money part, you can talk to them how much they can give. From whatever I understand, is not there some earth-shattering amount will be given to them.
Many people do it with passion after the money.
Exactly. In fact, it is more, not just passion. See, passion is one part, but I think passion goes only so far. In life, what I've seen is that there has to be something in it for both sides. Otherwise, it doesn't last. All this sounds very good, it's a nice lecture, oh, I'm passionate and all. Life works because there has to be, as the word I learnt in the US, I think it was Carly Fiorina who first used it, at least for my two, enlightened self-interest. The US is good at coming up with all these phrases. So you have to have an enlightened self-interest. If there is no enlightened self-interest, nothing is going to happen.
I like the idea, Bala. We'll start a round table on this POP. I will take it up with the management and we'll start it. And Dr. Desai will lead us. Yes, thank you.
So my name is Avnish, and I'm a guest faculty with IIIT Hyderabad.
Oh, fantastic.
Working full time with my organization. And to your point, I had even had to forego, and I said, I don't want the honorarium because I don't want to go through all that process of getting the clearance from the organization and everything like that. I'm doing that in my individual capacity, and I'm working with IIIT Madras and ISB Alumni Forum as well. So I would request FTCCI or Pankaj, anybody who can provide that kind of platform.
Yes.
Because I do know that there are a lot of colleagues who really want to contribute and who want to do that. So, in that manner, it'll be a good opportunity for the colleges and for us who want to contribute back to the community.
Yeah, and for everyone who has a problem with that side income and honorarium, you can route it through me. I'm available. I'm at your service.
Diwan hai, so
That can be a great startup idea.
Yeah, and no, I think good question. These are some interesting things that we should, I think take it forward. Bala, I remember you brought up something similar in one of the ICT meetings as well. Yes, yeah. So maybe this is something on the academic side we can start pursuing. Anybody else? Any other question? Yes, please.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I think just to add what Dr. Uday sir has said, there is a portal for POP as well given by UGC where you can register yourself if from the most of the industry partners can enroll there, where we can check our domain expertise. As sir was mentioning about this mechanical engineering, we could get one of them through that portal as well. Just wanted to add that to you. Thank you.
yeah, I think the portal is good, but I'm not a big fan of a very centralized system. I'm a big believer in computer science. They talk about a decentralized distributed system. So I think those sort of systems, in my opinion, work much better. It's good to have the portal, but I think we are here. Already there are 9 or 10 institutes which are there, and I think one can start looking at it from there. And there are so many industry representatives.
Yeah.
As you said, you are an organization which is 107 years old. So I think your industry reach would be perhaps the highest in the state of Telangana. Okay.
We will lock all of them in the room till they sign one POP today.
Good idea.
All right. Any one or two more questions? I thought it would be a good opportunity for anyone to ask Professor Saab. So, anyone? Any students? Any? Yes, please.
Good morning, sir. I'd just like to understand, we are discussing a lot about the NEP 2020. Okay, the implementation, we don't see that kind of thing that is happening, maybe particularly in the state. Just like to understand your view on how this can be part of NEP and what better things can be done on this.
That's okay. So I think a lot of institutes, from what I understand, have put in enough effort into implementing NEP. Of course, this is also mandated. Today, when NAC or NBA comes, and tries to give clear, they ask, okay, what have you done for NEP? So I think that is going on. I wouldn't worry too much about that particular part, okay? And I think, see, another general comment I have is that, one need not have a very uniform system across the country. There has to be a certain amount of flexibility in terms of how you want to modulate. Now, in a sense, if you are having a university in Jammu and Kashmir and say you have a university in Kanyakumari, why should the two have identical way of teaching and identical way of managing things? The dynamics are very different. Okay, so I would say that there has to be a reasonable amount of flexibility also in the whole thing. So I'm not too worried about it, about the NEP part. Frankly, the universities I interact with, and I sit on many advisory boards also. Some I have close interaction, some I have advisory interaction at different levels. All of them are doing something with regard to NEP. And some because they are asked, some doing it because they feel, hey, this is a good thing to do. Okay, so let's implement it. So I would not, I think they are on track. It takes time, implementations are, and in fact, as they say, ideas are dime a dozen. What matters is execution. Okay, so I think execution always takes time.
I think I have one small comment here, Professor Saab. And I think this is something which we should treat it as a nation-building mission, right? And what's in it for me should be kept aside. Yeah, and then automatically things will come through.
I tend to disagree with that. I think this sort of thing, no, really, it doesn't go very far. I mean, you look at anybody individually, be honest with yourself and ask this question. Okay, there has to be something in it for everybody. I think we are human beings are that way. Okay, we have been wired that way. Now we can question where the wiring happened. Maybe, what's his name? I'm forgetting his name right now. The guy who wrote *Sapiens*. We can ask him. And sorry, Harari. He can probably give a better answer to that. Okay, so I wouldn't get into the fact as to where we were wired, but we have been wired. Okay, this is my experience right through my life. I have seen that, yes, there has to be a certain, as I said, to use a nice phrase, enlightened self-interest. The notions of nation building and all that, which is good. I'm not saying it should not be there, but it goes only this far out here. I mean,
no, thanks for clarifying that. Pankaj, I'll send you the bill now.
Good part. So I think, I think I'm a lot more pragmatic in that particular context. I think this so-called philosophical and higher motivation and higher, these are nice to write papers on. Okay, nice to give, as a professor I can give a lecture on that. But today we are looking at practicalities and a very pragmatic thing. So let's be pragmatic in that.
Fantastic. Thanks for that response. One last question. Anybody? Any one last question? We are running out of time, but I just thought एक आध question और कोई पूछना चाहता है तो? No? Cool. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Saab. I request your presence back on the stage. Mohan Raidu Garu and Pankaj, a small souvenir from behalf of FTCCI for Professor Saab. Please. A big round of applause. Well done.
So, this is what we did, in the sense we get a lot of these souvenirs, we all do that. In fact, there is an organization which is quite nice, I mean, it is started by Praveen Bhagwat. I think he was involved in it. He lives in Pune. So what we did, we ran a conference in Bangalore called CommsNets. We've been running it for 17 years now. And we in fact ran one now we're going to do it formally in Bali also. Nice place to do it, right? So one of the things we did in last conference, somebody gave inputs about it, is that, we pay say as a CommsNet, we also give various of these plaques and things like that. You give, I think, 3,000 rupees to this particular organization. I'm forgetting the name of the organization. They will plant a tree in your name. And in fact, there is a QR code. You click on it and you can see the tree grow. So this is the tree that you have planted in your name, and the money is given by the organization. Pardon me? No, not Kalpataru. No, I think, yeah. So I think that's a very, that is perhaps a much better, nice thing to do. Of course, it costs a little bit of money, like 3,000 rupees, maybe one can have a bulk deal and all. I don't remember all those details right now. But I thought that's a very nice initiative, that trees are being planted. And the fact is that, I can click on it maybe 6 months after I get it saying, hey, what is happening on the QR code, and see my tree, go up a little. And the reason I'm partly saying is I planted a tree at IIT Jodhpur campus. I was invited for a lecture out there, neem tree, and suddenly somebody mailed me a picture. And now the tree is this big. And I felt so nice, I said, wow.
Bachcha bada ho gaya.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Round of applause, Professor Saab ke liye. Please, thank you. Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you, Mohanji. All right, I think we... So, I think we'll change the program a little bit. It's been a long first half of the day. We'll break for tea. There is a 15-20 minute break for all of us. Just one last reminder for the students. Use this chance to sneak yourself into one of those WhatsApp group of the industry mentors here. Yeah, okay. We'll break for tea, and then for the colleges, if you guys want to stay back for a complete end-to-end picture, panoramic picture for all the colleges together, that's something we'll do it during the break right away. Tea break. Round of applause for tea break as well. No, this is mistakes that we have to create. I said we are not able. All right.
I would request the guests also to stay back for the group pick. हाँ? अच्छा
Let's go. Yeah, थोड़ा चाय पी के आते हैं. अच्छा फोटो आएगा. Thank you. Let's go. हाँ. Let's make 40, everyone, please. Thank you.
मुझे डर है चाय पी के चले जाए.
So we'll be back here in 15-20 minutes. You can leave your bags and all here. There is one more interesting piece that we are going to do post the lunch. We're leaving some postcards for you to sign in, to share your wish list and to share your commitment to this initiative. More on that after the tea break, and we'll see you back here in about 15-20 minutes. Thank you. Okay, quickly. So few things we wanted to announce. One is the fellowship for both students and faculty. To share a little more about that, may I request our Sutradhar, Pankaj, to come and share a few things, what we want to do, and yeah.
Thanks, Manish. I'll keep it brief. We are also working on these details, but there are two things that I just wanted to share in this August gathering. One is we are very keen on starting a faculty fellowship because apart from students, I think what is the need, especially in our tier 2, tier 3 colleges as we call them, which are probably not in the IIT, IIIT range, is the fact that more industry dialogue is required. And we can definitely take up some joint projects. We can definitely start getting into dialogue, like Professor Desai was saying. We start talking, then ideas come. And instead of keeping it as a formal one-off meeting or once in a quarter kind of a meeting, we want to have it on a monthly basis. And it can be on a rolling basis in different colleges or sometimes in centralized place like a T-Hub or T-Work or even FTCCI for that matter. So that's something that we are working on. And we are very keen on nominating, requesting you to nominate 2 or 3 faculty from each college to start with, so that we can work on this and first of all understand each other's point of view. There are a lot of things that faculty may have ideas which they want to work on. There are a lot of things that industry may have. So I think very soon we have to get out of this terminology of industry academia. I think we are one team and we have to work as one team. The other important aspect about that is also in line with our future roadmap, where we want to create centers of excellence in these institutes on a specific domain. FTCCI is rich in multiple industry verticals. Can we work with one or a couple of institutions around agriculture so that that becomes a fountainhead for agriculture related knowledge? Because it's not easy to pick up these domains in a short duration. Again, like Professor Desai was alluding to, right? It's far easier to pick up a AI or a AR, VR in a short time, but how do you get to the depths of agriculture or healthcare, and how can we bring the industry and academia together to build some of these centers of excellence which can serve the larger community at large? That's one. The other thing that we are trying to do is what we call as student fellows, and in fact all the students who are present here, a pleasant surprise for all of you is you are going to be the first batch of those FTCCI student fellows, student champs. So wish you all the best. And by being a student champ, and we've created some badges for you, right? You will have unprecedented access to industry in terms of industry events, in terms of industry visits, in terms of meeting the mentors or being invited to some of these meetings and roundtables, so that you can then represent the cause of the students and go back and share these ideas with the other students. So congratulations to all of you. During a lunch break, you can pick up those badges. So these are 2 small announcements I wanted to make. Thanks, Manish.
Thank you. And we move on to a fireside chat right now. And before that, if there are 2 important things. What is this?
Use that, it goes to the camera.
All right. So all of you present in this room, we can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. All right. We have a lovely postcard that has been created thanks to the team Pankaj. This is something which we want you guys, everyone here, students, industry, academic principals. I'll request the team to pass it on to everybody. And over the next, 45 minutes to an hour, there are 2 sections. One is on the left-hand side, it's called My Wish, and the other is My Commitment. The idea is we will frame this as the first souvenir of this initiative for forever to come. And you have the opportunity to write your wish list and your commitment to this program, to this initiative. We will circulate this to every one of you. Yeah. That's out of the way from my side. Then the photograph for all the college principals and representative, if you can come on the stage, please, all the colleges. And I would request all the guests seated in the 1st row, please come over. And we will have one. one photograph with all the colleges. Please, that should take about 2 minutes, and then we get into the fireside chat in a fire mode. Come, please. Students, I would request you to stay back, please, if you can. We want the, all the heads of the college and the deans to be here. Wow, that's a large gathering. Are you good? That's a good one. I think you can come in, that's fine. Yeah. But,
Standing closer to the earth.
ये गिरने वाला है. I know, it will strike. For the timing. All right, all the cameras onto the stage. Everybody looking good. Nobody should look fat on the stage. Camera guys, please. Yeah, morph it nicely. All right, quickly undo everything that we did right now. The stage, the chairs. किधर गया? Here. Heavy है थोड़ा. ये है मेरे पास. We move on to the fireside chat, and fireside chat. Yeah. Hey, why did we name it fireside chat, Pankaj? Good mistake. Very nice. Part of the script. Are we ready? You do. उठाना पड़ेगा. Super. एक ये चेयर चाहिए को हाँ ఒకటి టేబుల్ 2 చైర్. Hey, that was me, by the way. Telugu, yeah. Absolutely right. All right. So, request Pankaj and Sinasa, please join us on the stage. Mr. Shrikant Sinha, CEO of Telangana Academy of Skills and Knowledge, and Pankaj Diwan. Please have a seat. Pankaj, shall I hand over the mic to you?
Sit a little more. Right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir, for joining. I think the idea was TASK as an organization was formed about 12 years back, I think, when the state of Telangana got formed. And ever since, you've been working with numerous students and colleges. So it's a huge learning that you have already amassed as an organization. And you've been leading from the front in the last few years as the CEO of TASK. So my first question would be to ask you to share a little about the activities that TASK does and how it's helping the colleges and students and industry in ensuring that, what we've been talking since morning about the paradoxical situation where you have industry scrambling for talent and you have people worried about jobs and other things. So I would request you to first talk a little about TASK and then probably we can go further in the conversation.
Sure. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Pankaj and FTCCI and everyone involved in this program. Talking about TASK, I think the very simple thing that happened was when the state got bifurcated, 1,400 plus organizations were surveyed only to find out that the less than 10% locals were employed and the people who were employed were not meeting up to the expectations of the industry. And that's where TASK was created. 10 years forward, if you look at it, we have skilled close to about 9 lakh plus students, but skilling students isn't good enough unless until you skill the faculty members. 18,000 plus faculty members on pedagogy as well as technology, and we are industry agnostic, as I said. So we work with about 750 colleges, or should I say 750 colleges benefit from our programs. We work with 80 plus corporate partners all across India, offering 110 plus programs to all the colleges. And that's what TASK is today. Looking at our pillars, we have 3 pillars. Education, no, we don't run education institutions, but we look at the industry, we look at what the academia is providing, and if you look at the way we were set up, we were supposed to be a bridge between industry, academia, and the government institutions, and that's how TASK was set up. And that was our prime focus. But over the years, we have moved slightly. We have got a 2-pronged vision now. First is making our youth employable. So anything, and we don't have a logo here, but if you look at our logo, it's a tree, a learning tree, which has got a fruit on each and every branch, which means any initiative that we take has to result in either a livelihood, a job, or an entrepreneurial opportunity. The second is, of course, employability, where we, more than 500 plus organizations advertise their entry-level jobs on our portal itself, and they are able to get their students. So all across all industries we work with. And talking about the models are very simple. We sit over and above the academic curriculum, right? And students, we register colleges with us, and students in those colleges, I've got a team of about 35 faculty members who go and conduct classes over there. We also do virtual classes, but this is a laddered approach. So what we realized early on was that skilling in the final year doesn't make help. It's more like eating a 500 mg capsule before going for your medical examination. Doesn't help anyone. And that's where we staggered the entire learning approach. So just to give you a very rudimentary example, AutoCAD. We start with the basic AutoCAD in first year, second semester. Second year is user level. Third year is advanced or professional level. And that's typically how we run all our programs. They are staggered. We also do this thing which is a different kind of a thing. So apart from technology, we also talk about behaviors, and we also talk about domains. So that's the kind of thing that we do. Second is more of a finishing school model, where we work with the industry vertical itself and ensure that we run short-term skilling programs along with industry partners or ourselves to skill for a particular industry. 70% of those people get placed. And the third is a very unique model and has played a huge part in the growing ecosystem of Telangana, is what we call as First Day, First Hour Productivity Program, where we work with a single organization itself We customize the training program as per the requirement of that organization. If they are looking at about 50 people, we'll train about 100 to start with. We co-create the curriculum. And if I don't have the subject matter experts or the aircraft engines in my labs, I would much rather go and train on the shop floor of the industry itself, which has been a very, very successful model over here. Because it's a win-win, as the Honorable Special Chief Secretary also was mentioning. Instead of a lose-lose, it has to be a win-win situation for all. So that is a helicopter view of what we do. Of course, I would like to also, since entrepreneurship was also being discussed, we run a very unique program called I4TS, Innovating for Telangana. And this runs with a punchline called Samajika Avashkaranalu Sarlamaina Jivitanki, Social Innovation for Simplifying Lives. This is a virtual program, as it was said that, entrepreneurship cannot be taught in a classroom. We run this program virtually, and instead of diving deep straight into the entrepreneurship development program, we have an innovation and entrepreneurship mindset creation program first, which is 7 weeks linked to the SDGs. And then, for example, last year, 20,584 students got, or youth got impacted, I should say. Anyone in the age group of 18 to 35 can enroll for this program in Telangana and undergo this program. The videos are available online, and I'm happy to say, Pankaj, that last year we got the Scotch Gold Award for this program as a unique initiative that was run. So we bring it down from 20,000 to 10,000, 10,000 to 5,000, 5,000 to roughly about 500 ideas of 1,500 people. Then they undergo a complete 20 weeks kind of a program, which is the entrepreneurship development, the mission model canvas, the business plans, and everything else. But we are slightly different again. Every startup, every entrepreneur wants themselves to be invested in, but they have never sold anything in their life. So we have a module in between called as Angdi or Mandi, where you actually have to go and sell something, because you can't teach consumer behavior in a classroom. You can't teach how to handle your first rejection, or what should you be selling, features, advantages, benefits. And that's where we have a Karo and Sikho kind of a model built into between. So that is a helicopter view of what task does. Thank you.
Wonderful and very refreshing. So, we've been discussing this in the past also. One of the things that I think we share as a common idea is about the whole concept of problem solving, hackathons and industry problems. And you saw today's initiative is very much based on that. I'll bet it's not a one-day hackathon, it's a 6 months hackathon or an 8-month hackathon. I want to know from you, because again, you've worked so closely with colleges and students, what has been your experience in running these hackathon kind of programs? And do you think we are in the right direction in that sense?
Oh, absolutely. I think today the biggest problem is, and Pankaj, I think at the cost of repeating myself, you have of course heard it multiple times, and some of the college people also would have heard this, but I ask a question to every college or any student that I meet in any forum, which is, if I have to empty the Indian Ocean using a bucket, how much time will it take, right? And believe you me, 99% of the people say, oh, it cannot be done, right? Because the problem is they don't look at logical thinking. Computational thinking is just not there, right? Simple problem, size of Indian Ocean, size of bucket. If the size of bucket is as big as the Indian Ocean, it will take a couple of seconds only, right? But that thinking process is not there. Unfortunately, our educational institutions also today are only teaching syntaxes. And that is where the biggest challenge comes in. As a result of which, what you said in the beginning itself, we are creating, I don't want to use the word glorified clerks kind of a word, but yes, we are only creating people for the service and operations industry in IT. We are not having product mindset. And for creating that product mindset, it is important to have computational thinking, foundations, focus on the foundation. Today it's Python, tomorrow it will be Cobra, then what? Again, you will go and learn the syntaxes. And that is the challenge. And that's where I think this kind of a solution that got discussed today is going to be the solution, because, and Sir, Dr. Professor Desai, to answer your question also, I think hackathons are the best way, because today research, as you rightly said, research academia takes time, industry wants it as of yesterday. Hackathons probably are the best way, sir, to bring the best of the academia as well as the industry mentors with the brightest of minds to solve problems. And that is what is most important. Solving hackathons, doing something, getting 1,000 people in a room in your college, etc., to solve a problem for 2 days is good. But then what? What next? I think it's important to have a sustained kind of a thing, right? As Professor Saab also said, you don't create things, it is built over time. And that is what is most important. Okay, sure.
Sorry to interrupt.
No problems at all. Okay. So that's where it is most important, that we should have a sustained kind of a thing. And today, if we look at it, 60% of our students who are in college, their parents haven't been to college, right? They're first generation learners. So the role that mentors would play over here, right, as part of the platform, as part of Talent Farm and this initiative, I think would be very, very useful for these kids to help them. We come from a very simple standpoint. If you can't stand the sight of blood, you should not become a doctor or join the defense forces. Correct? Attrition today in the industry is high because of only one reason. It's bear chal, it's herd mentality. Everyone follows. If my peer pressure is also there, if you want to call it that way, yes. But yes, it's the same thing. Look at your competencies, look at your skills, your abilities, etc. And then if you are able to do it, right? And you can skill people. And that's what we have seen always, right? So you should have for example, just 30 seconds, I'll take more. Safran, when they were setting up their aircraft manufacturing facility over here, we looked at not only the skills but competencies, right? So hand dexterity, 3D visualization, spatial thinking. These were the competencies that were required over there. We didn't select students. They were wanting aeronautical engineering. We took them to the polytechnics, diploma students, electronic and mechanical. And what we did was we gave them nuts and bolts, how quickly you could fasten them, unfasten them, right? There was a sheet on which there were 5 pins, 4 pins, etc. in different orientations. They had plastic discs. They had to keep it over there. So what we checked was what are your competencies which will help the aircraft industry. As a result of which, out of these people were creating cable harnesses for the aircraft engines. Out of the first 1,000 cable harnesses that were sent to France, not even one got rejected. Of course, I don't have competencies on aircraft engine training, etc. So Safran, our partner under the first day first half productivity, trained those people, and none of them got rejected. As a result of which Telangana also benefited. We got a 1,500 crore MRO opening over here. So I think, it's practical trainings, helping people apply their mindsets under the guidance of a mentor is what actually is the game changer.
I think there are 2 or 3 things running in my mind even as you're talking about this. One is we can probably use this platform to advise all the colleges that we have to now think beyond hackathons, because I remember distinctly in 2014, a group of us, we call ourselves Hyderabad Hackers, we got together and created a hackathon, open hackathon, where almost 50 colleges had participated. This was with Computer Society of India. Vaishali was part of that group, couple of others who are here were part of that group. And then over a period of time, that was then to bring the culture of hackathon. Those were days when we had to explain to some of the principals that hackathon is not a bad word. It's not like security hacking. It's, to build something quickly. But then now I think it's become a common knowledge, and thanks to Smart India hackathons and so many other hackathons, it's a very common thing. I think now is the stage to graduate to what I probably call as product-a-thon. Pick the best ideas of the hackathon and make it into a 6 months to 9 months sustainable initiative so that it actually becomes a product and sees the light of the day. And the benchmark for that has to be that people use it or people pay for it, right? Unless people pay for it, you are always going to get some guests from the industry who will come and say very good, because you've invited them. They also want to be good to the students, so they'll say very good, and then we all take solace in that. I think we have to go beyond that, stretch the benchmark and say, now, if it's good, pay for it. And then you'll really know the feedback, whether it's worth paying or not. I think I would request all the colleges and students here, because I know students are now so active, they conduct hackathons on their own. Ensure that at the end of the hackathon, someone is paying for that. If they are paying for it, then it's worth it. Otherwise, make a 6 months deadline that in 6 months it will be developed to a stage where it can be paid. The second thing I think that you were talking about is also very interesting, where it is about how all the partners come together, because none of us are self-sufficient. And I think that's where the partnership with FTCCI and Task, or FTCCI T-Hub, FTCCI T-Works, because in individual capacity, I think all the organizations have been trying to do something. I know of so many mentors sitting here in the first row who in their individual capacity have been doing a lot. Whenever we meet them, whenever we talk to them, they say we're working with a bunch of students. I think it's time to get together and make it as a force multiplier. And finally, the concept of mentors, which earlier Professor Desai was also talking in terms of professor of practice or mentor. Like Sadhguru says, mentor is like GPS, Guru Positioning System. I think we all need a mentor in our life, right? Because they provide the direction, and they are like role models who create fuel in our body. Can I become even 5% of this person? I mean, every time I meet someone like Professor Desai, that's what is the excitement I get, right? Can I become even 5% of this person? And that's what drives us to doing things. So I'm glad that you brought these points. Sir, I would also like you to dwell a little about this whole concept that we are trying to launch, where we want a continuous dialogue between the industry and academia. And even as I'm saying this, I hate to call this as industry academia. I wish we can come up with a new term where it's one team, Team India or Team One kind of a thing, where we have student representatives also, college representatives also, and some of us from the industry. So we would request Task also to support, facilitate this.
Sure. And I think very valid points, and of course what you said is talking about process of practice. Task was the first to start this as a process itself, and if you look at the Niti Aayog best practices 3 years ago, they spoke about process of practice over there also, because we have been using it, and of course Professor Desai was a governing council member earlier on of Task, so he's very much aware of it. And coming to the second part of it, I think there are certain things that we as industry and academia have to avoid to make this collaboration happen. Today, the very first thing when a person from a college, an academic institution meets an industry is he will say, can you come to my college for a campus recruitment, right? And that is the first place where you have drawn a line, because the industry thinks that you will keep on pestering him till he comes there, right? Instead of that, if we change our conversation and say, can you please come and interact with our students? It's a different story altogether, right? I think the reason why this has not moved, and absolutely right, we've been talking about academia and industry collaborations, and we'll keep on talking till the cows go home, but point is, we have to change our mindsets itself. And that is what is most important from both the points, right? Today, at least thanks to hackathons, and if we are talking about sustained hackathons or industry chairs that are there in multiple institutions, like institutions of repute, IITs, etc., have got the industry chairs, right, where they fund for research. Now, if those kind of things keep on happening, I think the involvement of industry will automatically increase in the academic institutions. Second thing is, I think academic institutions also need to realize that research, of course, as I always keep on saying, for good music, you need musicians which are skilled, right? But you also need the Bachs and the Beethovens, the researchers, without which good music will never happen, right? And that's where it is important for the academia to stop doing academic research, but look at industry-oriented research, and that is where things will change. Because I think that's when people, today what is happening is you need an interpreter to talk between these two because these two people are talking different languages. And that is what this cell has to do. The cell has to play the part of an interpreter, but at the same time helping both the parties to understand that, look, these are some of the words of that party and these are some of the words of this party. Ensuring that they start talking in a common language. And the thing is today, academic institutions have to look at their students also differently, right? Because if we talk about the future, no one can predict the future, right? People tried and they failed miserably. But the fact still remaining is that we are in a, I'm sure some of you would have seen a boat race, right? When you start rowing, you are sitting opposite to the direction in which you are moving. And that is what is happening right now. Academic institutions have to involve the industry because industry is the fastest to accept change. Universities, etc., move at a glacial pace, right? Industry can only guide you and tell you what could be the future. For example, if I look at it, AI, ML, and all these base technologies, IoT, 5G, etc., are going to be the foundation. And all other technologies are going to be on top of it. That is what IR 4.0, 5.0 is going to bring. How many of our educational institutions today, the professors are even aware or have gone to a manufacturing facility? I'm not talking about IT right now, I'm talking about manufacturing, right? And if you look at, okay, let me talk about automobile engineering, right? How this field has completely changed. You need to know about cell, so you need to have chemistry, right? You need to know mechanical engineering because at the end of the day it's a moving part. You need to know cyber security because someone can hack your audio system because all cars are connected and know where you are going for your dinner. You need to understand AI ML because the battery which is generating the power has to get, it's going to use an AI logic, an ML logic. You need to know about electronics and electrical because distribution has to happen. Earlier you need to have only ICE knowledge and that was it. And that is where industry today needs to be part of all academic boards and play a real part over there in ensuring that curriculum changes. We have to change the curriculum, as of yesterday. And that is where industry can play a part. Of course, academia into research, into helping test beds. If you are trying something new, the colleges have got so many students. Industry looks at group discussions, etc. But have you ever looked at the college as a test bed for doing your group discussions, etc., trying out your technologies, trying out your various things? We have not been looking at common goal of how we can support each other, and that's there. And task will be absolutely, as our definition says, a bridge between academia, industry, and the government institutions. Happy to play that part.
Thank you, sir. No, and I'm glad that, and I just want to re-emphasize the point that I think as academia, we should get smart to sell our value proposition in a much better way, rather than looking at ourselves as a seeker. I think if we can present ourselves as an equal and say that this is what we can offer, this is what is our students offering, this is what is our offering, I think it makes a lot of difference. I think that language and that has to change. And as you were talking about the complicated technologies, Manish and me were exchanging smiles to say, thank God we completed our engineering before it got complicated. Because I think it's very tough for these kids here, because they have to learn what we learned also, and they have to learn what is present and future also. So I think life is becoming very complicated for them.
I think they need to focus more on the basics, right? There's only one building called Hawa Mahal, which is the building without foundation, right? So ensure that your foundations are more strong, and that is more important.
So, but taking a little liberty here, The problem is you will talk about basics and next session Rajesh will come and talk about blockchain and Web3. And Avnish will talk about cloud and say everything is on the cloud. So,
So if your basics are strong, I think all that
so
will
I am
come
on student
easily.
side, sir. I am confused, thoroughly confused.
No, I think technologies will keep on changing, right? It doesn't matter, but if your basics are strong, right? And today, if you, okay, so let me just digress a bit for a minute. If you look at it earlier, the skilling used to be a T-shaped, right? Where you knew a lot of things, but you had your domain expertise in one single area, right? Moving ahead, skilling will be a pie. You will know a lot of things. You would have your domain expertise in one single area, and the second would be all your things, what we call as 21st century skills, leadership skills, higher order thinking skills, growth mindsets, AI, ML, cloud, blockchain, cyber security, all these things would come over there. And plus, here is the best part, you also need a subdomain. And that is how things are going to move now, right? So skilling is going to be very different than the skilling that we know today. In fact, you are saying the students are confused. If I'm given a wish today to be reborn, I would like to be born as a youth in this generation and this age. The kind of opportunities, the kind of technologies, the kind of things that are available today, they can, really change the world.
Absolutely. No, I share that with you, and we can go on with this conversation forever, but in the interest of time, we'll wrap it up here. Thank you so much for your time and for your views, and I'm sure it was very thought-provoking for all the kids here.
So Manish, you are asking why fireside? We just lit the chingari.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Lovely conversations, lovely conversations. Mr. Shrikant, if you could just stay back. Can I request Bala, please, to come on the stage? A small token on behalf of the team here. Round of applause. Lovely conversations. Thank you for that. Thank you. All right, we move a little quicker now. We have a panel discussion. The topic being managing talent in disruptive times. We need 2 more chairs on the dais and 1 more table, please. Thank you. And we also need somebody to change the slides, please. And 1 more. Okay, just go back. Yeah, okay. All right, I will request all the panelists to be ready to come on the stage running. Mr. Rajesh Dudu. Round of applause, guys. Leader for Emerging Technologies from Tech Mahindra, we have Ramesh Darba, Dr. Ramesh Darba. You heard him in the morning. And we also have Mr. Raghu Kumar. Rags. Oh, there you are. All right, I have a lovely panel, and we have, can we have 2 more mics, please? 2 mics. I'll get mine. That's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rajesh, we did have a round of introductions for all of us in the morning.
Okay.
I would request you have a lovely, you're part of the emerging, okay. Part of the emerging technologies leadership in Tech Mahindra.
Right.
But I would love you to talk a little more about yourself. To the audience here, they should know what you're doing.
Yeah, sure. I'll keep it short. So I lead all the emerging technologies at Tech Mahindra. Was employed or rather joined Tech Mahindra about 6 years ago with the mandate of establishing the blockchain practice, which I did, and then very proud to say that we are now recognized as one of the world leaders in the blockchain practice. In addition to that, I had incubated 2 more practices. I wouldn't say incubation of cybersecurity, but it was re-energizing our cybersecurity practice, which I did for about 3 years, and subsequently I incubated the metaverse practice, which more or less broadly falls under the Web3 domain. So that's what I do, and currently I am also engaged with a company called Neom in Saudi Arabia, where we are fostering a joint venture for which I would possibly go as the CEO of the joint venture.
Oh, fantastic. Lovely. Congratulations for that, Rajesh. And I would just request Ramesh and Raghu. Just we did have a little bit of introduction, but quickly, just for the the audience to be a little more familiar to you, so that they can ask more questions later on as well.
Yeah.
Raghu.
Yeah, I'll go next. Thank you. I'm Raghu. I'm the regional head for the NASSCOM Telangana and AP membership initiative. I've been primarily a account management, business development, sales folk, being the bridge between business and the external ecosystem, traveling across and on solutions for both domestic and international markets, work in the mid to large size companies in power, telecom and railway domains.
Fabulous. Thank you. All right, Dr. Ramesh.
Sure, thank you, Manish. I'm glad you're reminding me of the doctor one. I'll also talk about how that came by. First of all, huge honor to that I'm part of this wonderful initiative. Thanks to FTCCI, Pankaj, Manish for having me here. Truly appreciate this opportunity. I feel energized even one more time today. A quick background of me, about close to 25 years now I worked across manufacturing, then post my MBA in Symbiosis, I worked on the one. After working for a few years in the core industry, I moved to the strategy consulting with IT companies. Then I worked with Capgemini for about 12 years as the CEO and head of India Asia Pacific for banking, capital markets and insurance. And about 2 years back, I moved to my current organization, which is Backbase. It's a banking product market leader in the digital banking space. It's a Netherlands-based company that chose India as one of the global hubs and Hyderabad as the India head office. So proud that we are talking of productathons and product mindset, and I'm glad I took that opportunity to set up a product company here in India in our very own Hyderabad. So
thank you.
And my talking of my PhD, this interest of, I've always seen industry thinking that academia is a bunch of baloney and academia believing industry is a whole lot of BS. So I felt, where should I, and this demand supply paradox that's been there, it was always there. So I just felt we talk about it so much, and probably as industry teams and leaders, we criticize academia for not building that supply. What is it that I am doing in this was my question, and that was my little contribution, that I had a deep interest in education, which is where I pursued my PhD. And then today, as Professor Desai said, as professors of POPs, right? So I'm part of various management institutes like Symbiosis, Narsi Monji, as on their advisory boards, and also Schulich School of Business, which is one of the world's top business schools, as a global executive in residence. The idea was, beyond the titles, was to see how we can do exactly what this initiative is aiming to, and I'm so happy to be part of this, right? So
pleasure is all ours. Dr. Ramesh, we will not let you off from this initiative at all. I told you yesterday. Thanks for being here. First question, Rajesh. A lot of talks on AI, a lot of talks on everything which is tech in the last 2 years, and suddenly the world has shrunk again big time. The biggest impact I think both on the industry side as well as, the confusing the student a little more. But what would you like to, tell the students here? The impact of AI, how to take it, how to be prepared for it, or use this as an opportunity? Rajesh.
Yeah, so what I would tell students is stop watching all those Hollywood movies where AI is shown in a sinister fashion, right? AI is not going to be sinister at all. And then the lot of things have changed, and these things come over the cycles, right? For instance, a small story that I experienced as a kid. My dad was a career banker with SBI, and one day he was usually he goes to office on Sundays as well. So one day he was at home, and I asked him what happened, and he said his staff is on strike. And I asked him, why is the staff on strike? He said, primarily the tellers are on strike because they're introducing automation in the bank. And those tellers felt that they will lose their jobs over a period of time. It's it's a different thing that all those tellers took the sponsorship from the bank to learn the computers, and they moved into the EDP department of the particular bank. So at that point of time, when they felt that they are going to lose the jobs, it's not actually has happened. So what has happened is they have reskilled themselves, and they have either gone into an EDP department in a bank, or they ended up taking up newer roles. For example, 15, 20 years ago in the banking industry, you didn't have a relationship manager, you didn't have a wealth manager, you did not have a loan officer, you did not have an underwriter. But today, if you look at that same banking industry, the kind of roles that have emerged are quite different. So what has helped these people to tide over the change process is their willingness to learn, which is basically in terms of unlearn, relearn, and then redeploy themselves. And that's exactly what is going to happen in the world of artificial intelligence. Today, we have a factory model of churning out engineers in India, which that factory model, the other countries also want to replicate it. While we using that factory model to churn out those engineers have to make a little bit of a course correction in terms of the kind of the tools that they become familiar with, right? Like Shrikant has mentioned earlier as well. The discipline of engineering has changed quite a bit, and so is the case when AI comes into the picture. Today, while AI is being used to generate a lot of content, 80% of it is unreliable and unbelievable. And I'll also give you an example. I recently engaged Gemini, which is Bard, erstwhile Bard, and then I asked Gemini to share 10 unknown facts about Anand Mahindra. And then it said the first entrepreneurial venture of Anand was to sell the photographs that he took as a kid. Right? And I sent it to Anand. I WhatsApped it to Anand and said, this is what Bard is going to say. He said, absolutely crazy. Right? So it is generating a lot of content which is not reliable as well. So it's gonna bring what I call as the trust deficit. Those things aside, the interesting things that it is going to do is, ability to convert a legacy code into a new age code. Many large companies in the world today still run on mainframes and the legacy code, right? They are absolutely scared to touch it. But now there is a prospect of using a generative AI algorithm and apply it to that legacy code and see how that legacy code can be generated into a new age code. So the course correction that these engineers or the professionals need to do is how to use those particular tools in a right sense, and what is the additional inventory of the skills that they need to acquire. And a good inventory of skill that they need to acquire, which is what we were taught in the school as well, is the spirit of inquiry. That's where the prompt engineering is going to come from. If you don't have a strong spirit of inquiry, you won't be able to come up with meaningful prompts. So it kind of ties down to some of the basics that we have learnt in the school, where our professors have kind of asked us to foster that skill of the spirit of inquiry, which is going to work very well in the world of artificial intelligence as well. So this is how it is going to shape up over a period of time.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Rajesh. And I still remember, बचपन से हमको बोला है सत्य की खोज करो, right? I mean,
absolutely.
Everybody, when we were growing up, they want us to do satya ki khoj. So prompt engineering and satya ki khoj, if you ask the right questions, you'll get the right answers. Okay. Next question to Raghu. Raghu, as representation of NASSCOM, you do work with a lot of startups as well. Mid-size, small, new age, deep tech, etc. What do you see as your experience of this entire, demand-supply paradox that we have for those startups, and what is it the necessary steps that are being taken to address that in your sphere?
See, on the challenges, if we see, first of all, thank you for having me here. If we see the industry challenges, if we take one step aside and see the last 6 years, the kind of disruption every sector has faced is unprecedented, starting with pandemic, followed by geopolitical stability, and followed by technology disruptions. So there are challenges on business along with the challenges on talent, right? Again, there are conventional challenges with talent in terms of skill gap, in terms of retention, and with pandemic, there is a widespread talent across the nation. Now, we see talent everywhere, which is a good problem to have. So the important point is what are the measures taken to overcome it, right? Whether it's as early stage startup, a mid stage enterprise, or a large enterprise, the steps taken to overcome these challenges. So if we see a technology sector point of view, which is what I would like to share a couple of points, technology sector has been very pivotal, in the growth of the entire segment. Despite of several disruptions, tech sector has seen a positive growth, right, in the last couple of years. And as we stand today, it is $254 billion revenue generating segment with 5.4 million workforce, and with a strong, diverse, workforce of close to 36% women, right? And these challenges of diversified or spread over workforce have also given opportunity to reach various geographies. We see a lot of tier 2, tier 3 centers picking up in tapping large potential of talent, across these segments. So these and of course not the new block, the most prominent kid across the block, the Gen AI. In the recent survey, we see a lot of enterprises have committed their spend on building Gen AI capabilities. So it's a two-way street. One, of course, the academia coming forefront, building those partnerships with the relevant tech players to build the capacity to the students, and of course again industry also moving that hand to bring the practitioner's point of view to overcome these challenges, to build or reduce the skill gap, to bring solutions close to reality. So these are few aspects which we see is happening, and with India growing. With now India emerging
AI at least to sort this problem out. Huh?
India leading the AI wave, I think with the inevitable India, as everyone speak, there is a large demand on, with talent and technology are taking a center stage for every enterprise, as Mr. Rajesh said, to reimagine, to rewrite, to, their entire growth pattern. So we see a lot of opportunities for the ecosystem, for the academia. It's more, how these enabling initiatives will help them leverage the most out of it and reduce the skill gap.
Thank you. I like the word inevitable India. I like it. From incredible India to inevitable India. Wonderful. Thank you for that, Raghu. Ramesh, Dr. Ramesh, you have been leading this organization, I think last 2 years you mentioned. It's into product, it's into digital infrastructure for banking. As a product leader, this company and yourself, what's your experience, right? I mean, and you have a mix of a global presence outside India and India. What's your perspective on this entire scenario right now? Would love to hear from you.
Sure, thank you. I think it's probably the most pertinent topic of how do we manage the talent paradox, because whether it's a product company or a services or any other industry, without talent, I don't think it's going to move forward or there will be any progress, right? So, while many points have already been called out, first is my perspective being on both industry and academia side is that the temptation to have a very short-term view needs to go both from the industry side as well as the academia side. And Professor Desai called out that an industry looks at it from a quarter-on-quarter versus a few years. I think I was fortunate to experience both sides. And that temptation is very much there today. While we talk of wanting solutions, from the industry we want them to be quick fix, turnkey, very point in time, which is not always the right scenario. Similarly, academicians, I think Shrikant called this out, right? That the first conversation always is about, can you come over for campus placements, right? So, the moment the short-term view goes out, there is a possibility for a more meaningful conversation. That's my view. Second, both sides need to adopt a more supply chain type of a view, right? If you take an automobile industry, the supply chain is set up in a way that it's always for the long run. There are partner, dealer tie-ups, there are spare part tie-ups, there is a whole set of experts who are always associated with the spare part dealers or others. There are panels that are conducted, there is a huge amount of testing that's conducted before even a single nut or a bolt goes into a car, right? So I think that supply chain mindset needs to come in, whether it's a service company, product company, or any other industry, which will then automatically shift the view from a short term to a more medium term, long term. And thirdly, very important, well, there's a lot of talk of AI, I always call this out. One of my passion is to talk about emotional intelligence. The PI model that Shrikant called out, or the T model we had, I will put a foundational bar below, which is, call it the Roman letter 2 model or I model, is the NI, which is the natural intelligence. In all this buzz and noise that we are hearing about all of these, most students, unfortunately, maybe for no fault of theirs, are severely lacking, or they need desperate help on that, is how do we deal with this constant influx of information, and how do we build that natural intelligence, right? Make it stronger, the emotional intelligence. And our entire education system has been on who's got the best marks, who's going to the top institutes, who's scored the maximum. And we are all part of it. Let's admit it. We are all part of it, right? So, till that obsession with only top institutes, top marks, top percentages it's there. We will have this same dialogue again a few years down the line. If we really want solutions and this to work, we'll have to step away from that. I think those will be my 3 things. Focus on foundational aspects from a student side as well as industry side. And since I'm on both sides, I'm being blunt about it. Yeah.
Fantastic. And artificial intelligence versus natural intelligence is not the thing. Right? It's AI plus NI. Fabulous. Nice. I'll use that in some of my panel discussions as well, Doctor. Thank you for that. Rajesh, coming back to you, right? AI disruption, it's just become synonymous. But I think this could also be the moment for our country. What do you see how we can all come together as a community, right? So that's what we're trying to do. But how can we do it? How can we really make it happen? Any prescriptive steps that you can suggest?
Yeah, in terms of the best prescription that one can give is based on the model that has worked for us in the past, right? When I was setting up a financial processing services company along with Raman way back 10, 12 years ago, at that point of time when I used to go to any bank or a financial institute, they used to give the example of a China Union Pay. And they used to say China Union Pay is the world leader in the financial processing, and China it exceeded India by a very, very wide margin from a digital payments perspective. And now if you look at China is trailing far behind India from a digital payments. Recently there was also a WhatsApp forward that was showing a timeline how India has raced much ahead of China. So if we decipher in terms of what has happened, one, I'm not saying that we should bring in another demon exercise. That will be disastrous. So I'm not saying that you should bring in a demonetization experience. But what has happened is there was a clarion call from the Honorable Prime Minister and also the others saying that you should teach other people how to do digital payments, right? Today, now it's quite possible, I'm not trying to demean, but it's quite possible that a beggar on the street may teach other person how to accept a digital payment, right? They know how to start using the digital payment. So if you take that particular model, can we do the same thing like one teach and another person with regards to artificial intelligence? Can we replicate that particular model in terms of, first of all, what is AI? And here the focus is not on technology, the focus is on outcome. And one good example is Uber. If you tell your granny that Uber has cloud, Uber has robotic process automation, Uber has machine learning, she will throw the phone away, right? You're not going to tell her that. You're going to tell her that if you want to go from point A to point B in a safest and the cheapest manner, here is an app that will work for you. That is outcome and an experience led rather than focusing on the underlying technology. So is the case with AI, where you have to focus on what is the experience it is going to deliver and how it is going to make one's life a lot more simpler and easier. So if you bring that particular narrative forward and use some of the models that have helped us in the country and replicate it, then we will be far, far ahead when compared to others in the world of artificial intelligence. Whether it's artificial intelligence or natural intelligence, the idea is to make things better for an individual.
Yeah, exactly. And I do foresee that there is a requirement for AI for grandparents as a session too sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, AI for kids as well, right?
Yeah, of course.
In terms of, it's not only for grandparents. Maybe if you make the experience easier, it may turn the tables and the grandparent may be teaching it to the kid.
Wow, that would be interesting. Thank you. Thanks for that. Raghu, next question to you. We were discussing during our IAC meetings and as well, there are a lot of policy recommendations around fellowships, internships already with AICTE and other education bodies. But what could be done to make it really more meaningful, right? We had a couple of viewpoints in the morning session, but just to make it more programmatic, if you could share some of your viewpoints, and we will also try to incorporate that as part of this IAC policy framework, yeah?
I'm sure you will put me in spot. So, see, my point of view is the policy is mainly an enabler to provide the basic access to facility, to mentorship, to enhance the knowledge and experience. Let me share my, experience. When I've started my career, I've, worked for a manufacturing organization where the training period was 1 year. So we were told to have a 6 months, just the training across various departments to understand how the business functions, and then 6 months on the job for a specific department which we will work in to understand how the workflow and what needs to be done and how it works, so on and so forth. For the first 1 year, it doesn't make any sense because as a youngster, we always wanted to jump on, the project, live project which is in progress and be the star, take that, award and good grand money and so on and so forth. But at the end of the year, we realize the actual sense of, imparting the training. It's not just to directly enhance our tech and soft skills, it is also to embed the cultural fit into the organization to see if we can, have the same vision of what business is taking. So these any initiative which will enable, of course we have chief guest and Shrikant sir and all the panelists have impressed upon the practitioner's point of view to understand the application per se, to have the right solutions in place. So, and I was also looking for one of the reading one of the podcast where one of the leaders said, do not get fixated on what you want to do. Focus on your fundamental aspect of what the problem is and how will you approach to do it, and take every opportunity it comes. This will lead you in a right path. So I believe the stress upon the foundation of the problem skills, inculcating the cultural fit for with the enterprises. These things will take along for any individual or also enterprises to have a long-term strategy.
Oh, perfect. That's a very important point. And I think that leads to the question to you, Dr. Ramesh. Cultural fit, when you're hiring people, you cannot really make out in the first few interviews, 5 hours, how culturally fit this person will be to my organization. What are the basic tenets that you follow while hiring processes, right? What kind of mindset this person has? Anything that you can share, our students here will benefit a lot.
Yeah, great question on that, and very valid in how they get selected, as well as what we typically look at, especially in a product type of scenario, is that ability. We've talked so much about solving problems, right? If you extend that further, is there a bit of a design thinking mindset? We, of course, in 30 minutes, 1 hour, you can't find out all of it, but in the past, even if you're studying during your engineering days, what are some of the activities? I typically, for instance, look at beyond the academics. I believe IQ is there with everybody nowadays. Everybody has a very high level of IQ. What are some of the areas where this IQ A has been applied? B, I talked of the emotional angle, right? Have you been able to take that mindset forward on addressing some very practical scenarios in your institute? Second thing is the dynamic aspect, right? Beyond the academics, have you also participated in various activities that are helping in the institution building? For instance, have you been on some committees? Have you been part of anything environment friendly, right? So where you can see that passion coming out of your what you have done there. The third thing I think is very clearly a can-do. We talk so much about it. There are no ready-made solutions in any place. Is that can-do spark or that attitude coming through in your actions so far, whether it's in your engineering or even outside? So if that ability, I think, matters a lot. In fact, in our current organization, it's one of our values. And that can do also brings out the sense of entrepreneurship. And it's not always waiting for direction. Culturally, unfortunately, India has been a bit of a direction-taking scenario. And it used to hurt me when so many of my clients, when I was on the consulting and services side, despite the best efforts, they would always point out that if you have a floor, everybody is waiting for instructions rather than standing up and saying something is wrong and this is how I'll solve it, or this is how we'll do it, why don't you listen to us? So that I don't, and even unfortunately our organizations don't encourage too much of that. That's a reality, right? So I think these 3-4 things as a combination are what we would broadly look at in a selection process, right?
यहाँ पे कोई क्वेश्चन पूछता है तो बोलता है अरे क्रांतिकारी आ गया. We don't want.
I call that out because it's not just the students. We as people who are interviewing them need a mindset change.
We do, and I think 25 years back we were getting interviewed, and we were talking like that, and now we want the other person to just tone down a little bit and work in a.
Just to add to what Ramesh has mentioned, all wonderful points, Ramesh. Only one thing that I wanted to mention is we seem to be living in a world where fake it till you make it seems to work, but when it comes to culture, faking it doesn't work. And it takes 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, for an experienced person to figure out whether you're faking it or you're really saying it. So for God's sake, don't ever follow that practice of faking it.
Brilliant point. Thank you for that. And I don't have any questions to you guys, but I just want, for the sake of the initiative, for the industry academic connect, 30 seconds each one of you, what is the commitment that you guys can make? And I'll start with Dr. Ramesh.
Sure.
For taking this initiative forward. And this is getting recorded.
Yeah. After this, I'm going to get this tattooed on myself as well. So my commitment clearly is, I've shared this with both Manish and Pankaj already, is that I'll be there to share my experiences, and I clearly told him I don't want it to be a one-off sharing, would like to be associated probably with the full batch for a longer time, and quite frankly, I'm done with turnkey solutions and quick fixes, right? So that's my commitment.
Oh, thank you. We have already counted you in. We sort of volunteered you already for that. So thank you. And Ramesh, I think there's lots to do together. There is, I see not just through the organization that you're working with, but in your personal capacity. I think even if we can influence the students a wee bit with the learning that you have, that would be immense for them.
Sure. And I'll be more than happy. One last statement that applies to both all of us is, personally, I keep reminding myself, is this will need a lot of patience and perseverance. I hope that's something that we are all, FTCCI especially with as the institute that's bringing everybody together, and Talent Farm, while we'll commit, it'll need a lot of patience to get the required outcomes, right? So Pankaj, I'm only looking at you here. So thank you. Thanks again for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. Good point. Raghu?
I'm already part of this ICT, so please don't ask me any more commitment. I am already committed. See, from NASSCOM standpoint, we are always with, we support these initiatives which are the enablers for the industry, academia, and all the stakeholders. We are committed to work along with industry and academia to make it happen, make it, a large success. And yeah, I am with Srikanth sir. If given a choice, even I want to be part of this youth. At least I can tell I am part of youth.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, that's not the reality. Thank you. And Raghu, your massive network that you have on the other side, I think we will drill into that a lot as we go forward. Thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yes, to you.
Yeah, from my side, 2 points. One is in terms of, after so many accomplishments, I made one decision 18 months ago, which finally made my dad to say, "Nalayak se layak ban gaya." Because I decided to do PhD, which my dad did way back in 70s. He was one of the few PhDs in the world in grape culture, viticulture. Then it's a different thing that he went down the career path with a bank. So that was his cherished ambition to see his son with a doctorate degree. So I finally decided to do, and that to juxtapose that to what Professor Saab said earlier, enlightened self-interest. So with given my PhD journey and my enlightened self-interest, being a professor of practice comes naturally because it's of my enlightened self-interest. So if you have to marry this both, I'm happy to contribute probably 8 to 10 hours in a month to the student community, which I am committing to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajesh. And I will, just use this last few minutes to see if there's any question for the panel. Anybody? Anything that you guys want to ask? Yes, please. Mike. Anybody? Just introduce yourself and what's your question, if it is for any specific panelist?
I'm Bharadwaj, co-founder AB Techville. Through Talent Firm, I'm like a technical resource. Yeah, that's my introduction. Question to anyone, like RRR is on the stage, so anyone can answer. Rajesh, Ramesh, and Raghu.
Yeah, it's just a day where all this is happening. Right?
Yeah. We were discussing a lot of things on problem solving and everything. So whenever I go to students ask me like, what is the latest problem, like how to identify a latest problem to solve it. Or whenever I go to faculty, they say this is already solved, this is already there. If I take a small problem statement, they say, this is very small, bring a bigger one. Use latest technology, like that. Any insights on that, please?
So what your question is, what kind of problems should
How to identify a latest problem statement or on that?
You want to take that? Yeah.
So for this, I have to tell you a small story. A story from my ex-boss, right? Is known Raman Roy, father of Indian BPO industry. Worked for him for about 12.5 years. So he had a photograph in his office with a horse and a general running in the opposite direction. So when I asked Raman, what is this horse and general? Why is it's not facing the camera? It's on the other side. So he said, this is the story of a general who went to war, saw the enemy and got shit scared. And he wanted to run, but he ran in the wrong direction. And when he ran in the wrong direction and when he saw the enemy being approached, he said, I have nothing to do, but I have to fight. And he won the war, right? But when you ask the general to tell the success story, the story is retrofitted. Where the general will say, I took the leap of courage and I charged towards the army and then I butchered them left, right and center. So in life, you can retrofit any damn thing for a successful story. But a failure story, you cannot retrofit anything, right? So it will come, it doesn't come naturally. You have to try a number of things. One good example that I did, like in the middle of the night when I wake up and say, Eureka, I have got a great idea. You just go and Google it. There are 10 people who have already done it. So that Google will give you the moment of truth. So you have to keep on trying and trying and trying, and there is no simple answer. If I knew it, I wouldn't waste my time sitting here. I would have had hundreds of patents to my name.
They would still call you here. Thank you. Lovely answer. Any other question? Anybody?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Myself, I am Dr. Srikanth, TPO of St. Peters. Actually, it's not a question. Actually, this is a request to the industry as well as the you people for FTCCI. Actually, there is a problem that we need to make the students to be industry ready, and we need to make the students to be thinking more and improve the thinking ability and all. Actually, as a part of this, we are the industry, and as academic people, both has to be come forward, and we are coming. Meeting and getting together support, right? So as a part of this, what my request is, instead of making the people to be come to the industry to institute, I want to make the people to be industry to the classroom directly. Not that means I want to make it to be happen in a regular manner. That means I am requesting you people, at least to the organizations, that means academic organization which we have came forward to you. So that's what you people please make assign 3 to 4 industry people as a mentor to specific institute, where we are going to be continuously following up with them. Those people are following up us, and we will make the students to be part of their organizations, and also we will get more knowledge from those people.
Absolutely. I think it's a very simple answer. The initiative is in that lines. So the idea is to have the list of mentors here. They have about 30 to 40 already identified. They have committed themselves, and they will be visiting. They will be at least be part of the sessions that we have with the colleges and all the academic institutes, and not just with the students, but also with the faculty.
Yeah.
So that's something we are going to be putting this as part of the initiative itself. Thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah, thank you, sir. If we do execute it well, that means I want to make the things to be removed from the society like Tier 1 and Tier 2 colleges. So I don't want to be that.
Yeah.
The organization has to identify where the college has to be an initiative. The people has to have a motto to come forward. That's what
Brilliant
I want.
point.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, with that, thank you, gentlemen, for being here on the panel. Wonderful conversations. And can I
request all of you to stay back for a minute, and I request Mr. K. Mohan Raidu to please give away the mementos to the panel members.
It was so much interesting to get all your viewpoints. I think we're running a little late. Had we had a little more time, I wouldn't have let you go off like this. Yeah. Round of applause, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I don't mind photo bombs. Please.
Thank you. From one panel to another, we have a lovely, in a very realistic sense, a very lovely panel coming up. I will request Sheetal to come over. Hand over the mic to you for the next 30 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Manish. And I know we are like extremely late, but the best is always at the last, right? So that's what I'm going to go with. I'm going to call the panelists, and they're all waiting here. I'll just go for a quick round of introduction, and then we'll have the context setting. Rashi, we have the mics. Okay, quick round of introduction. I'll have them talk about themselves. Just a quick round, and I'm sure all of us are waiting for lunch, but okay. Right. It's late. Okay.
All right, hi everyone. Like Sheetal said, we are already late. I don't want to take a lot of time. A quick short intro. I'm Rashi Srivastav, currently working as Chief Digital Officer at Quintily. Quintily is a services and a product organization. It's a little over 8-year-old organization. I joined when they started the firm, and we are about 1,500 folks right now into all the disruptive technologies. The topic is of very good interest, and I wanted to be here. Thank you for inviting me today. I will stop here and give it to you.
Awesome, thank you. That was pretty quick. Hi, and thank you everyone for having me here. It's good to be just between you and the lunch that's coming up next. But so I've been, as you could see, I've been part of 3 organizations who worked at the intersection, where I worked at the intersection of public sector, technology, startups, and industry. Focusing on consulting, where I was working across with PricewaterhouseCoopers, ranging from sectors of aerospace to agriculture, with my recent stint at Amazon Web Services as a part of the public sector team, and before that I was with Google. So it's interesting to maybe carry out those snippets that could really help the discussion today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Avnish.
All right, this is working? Yes. Hello everyone, my name is Avnish Bhatnagar. I've been in the IT software industry for more than 25 years, out of which about 20 years in product management. I've worked in enterprise B2B organizations, and I keep doing a lot of things otherwise, but again, things pertinent to this group. I'm a guest faculty with IIIT Hyderabad. Somebody was asking about, coming to the institutes and teaching there. That's what we do, right? And then I work with startups. I'm a mentor with T-Hub, and I'm an investor as well. So a lot of other things, but mostly product management, more than 25 years. That's my forte.
Thank you. When we were discussing about what the schedule would be, we were like wondering if we needed a second panel, and unanimously everyone said yes. And this one has to focus on women, right? Every organization has something called as diversity and inclusion inbuilt into their programs. And even as part of this initiative, we have something special that's coming up that's called the Nurture program, which we will be talking about as we go. The point is to basically bring women to the forefront, and I'm sure everyone here would agree. And we're not doing this because it's March and International Women's Day, for sure. This is just happened to be incidentally happening in March. But then I think another milestone that I think the country has crossed is, I think the gross enrollment ratio or the numbers in the academia has surpassed, like the girls have surpassed boys, which is a great milestone. But we don't see that yet in the workspace. And we were actually having a tea break, and Vaishali and Rashi and all of us were talking. You see the board and the pictures there, very few women. And I think it happens everywhere. Everywhere we go, we'll have to first count how many women are there. Any picture, how many women are there, right? Having said that, we are marching towards the $10 trillion economy, and we have a large role to play. So I will not do the questions, but I will let them each speak their point of view. And the point is also about where do we get started. There are multiple initiatives. There is a lot of people coming together, wanting to commit their time, all the value add that they are ready to pour in. But then from each one, we would like to understand what is it that you would like to kind of pour in your views, and where should we get started and how do we get started. Whoever, Rashi?
Sure, I'll start. There are a lot of points, and we've been discussing on this topic. I think this is one of the topics, like you said, 10 years or 20 years back also we were doing Academia Industry Connect, and we were talking about women empowerment and how do we bring them to forefront and things like that. Again, we are talking about it. I think this needs a mindset change as well. Like how we are talking about product mindset, this needs a mindset change big time in terms of how are we bringing up our kids, how are we bringing up our organization, how is faculty treating both girls and boys in the college. It goes everywhere. I think this needs a fundamental change of mindset from the start. How you start treating your girl versus boy, and we were talking about boys need A, B, C, D, you need car and all, and girls would ask for home toys and things like that, right? I think this, the mindset needs to change completely. And when it comes to industry style, and I'm not going to talk about all the points because there are a lot of points in my head running at this point in time, but the key things that probably we should look at is setting up a good ecosystem or the support system for women employees. Not looking at numbers saying, oh, we have crossed 30% in the diversity ratio in our organization, that's an achievement. I don't know why we call that as an achievement, because you should look at the talent pool. You should not look at the number and say, yes, there's a tick over here. So that's the second point. I am a single mother. I have a 2-year-old girl, and I totally understand the need of the support system at home, at work, and people recognizing that you need that time with your kid as well as you are committed to your work. So when you are at work, you're 100% at work. When you're home, you're 100% home. You need a very supportive staff, your supervisors, your peers, your reportees, and all. So that's why I said it needs a mindset change. I'll stop here and let's listen to other folks now.
I can maybe go ahead just to add. I think apart from the usual tick boxes that are done in corporates, I've experienced this. I had number of leaders walking in, especially during the month of March, when everyone wants to portray that they're the most ID'd company, if I should say, which counts inclusivity, diversity, and equity, and equality to a certain extent in terms of various aspects, but they start off with gender, right? It's very irritating to be on the other side where you hear the numbers. But I think while the bad news comes in data, the good news is always the efforts that also count with organizations and individuals who are trying to set up initiatives that could really help these numbers move up, and the initiatives that we all talk about hopefully help more people to come into the workforce and stay in the workforce, right? The problem is no more about coming into the workforce. It's actually staying back in the workforce, because we all know the attrition rates in terms of mid-careers that are happening with women at work forces, especially with COVID. I think COVID actually COVID with a hybrid work environment has actually given a lot of perks and flexibility that's never spoken of in corporates in general, the flexibility of ensuring you kind of work from home and work from anywhere in whichever part of the world, and can still manage your calendars, right? So I think that's really important for us to maybe look at as well, how you're, as allies, I think the most important thing I've realized while we were noticing the wall of fame on the outside, because the number of men that we saw there and literally no women, it's also in this room when you look at it, then I think I see most of you as allies for your own respective homes, your organizations, your teams that you're literally supporting, right? How many of you could go back and be a shoulder to lean on for your respective team member, for your organization, for picking up an initiative? It's very easy for a woman to pick up an initiative and say, hey, I'm trying to do something with respect to diversity. If you see, actually most of the diversity teams that are run in organizations and corporates are mostly run by women, especially right from cutting a cake at the desk to running organizational, institutional activities around inclusion and diversity are run by women, where a few of them will be sponsored by men. I think we're speaking about a few genders here, couple of genders here, if I should say so, right? But I think it's time that we see the other side, or the other gender, also picking up more initiatives that could help. Build spaces, build communities that could help get a dialogue and a discussion together. Otherwise, I don't think this will just be solved by 10 Sheetals, 10 Vaishalis, 10 Avnishas on the panel, right? It's got to be a community effort in how we build capacity as we go. I think with respect to startups, corporates, technology coming at the intersection of all of this, how do we solve this? I remember entrepreneurs back in those days, and back in those days could be just a decade back as well, just a year back as well, if I should say so. We used to hear a lot of people pitch conversations on pickle, papad, petticoats, especially for women entrepreneurs. That was the usual spectrum of sectors that they were looking at. But I remember, I think the last quarter, or I think just before the New Year's, we heard pitches of platforms, programs, and products. And I think this is the best time to see if you'd want to be an entrepreneur, especially as a woman. There are enough programs, and on the academia side as well, there's enough push that's coming in through. Maybe it's time that we reimagine these institutions and how we all perform as individuals as well. Thank you.
Awesome. So I have 2-3 different points to make. So I'll start by, we talked about all the T's since the morning, all the S. We had the RRR panel. This is by far the most diverse panel, right? So, and we know what the state is today, right? Everybody knows the data, the numbers that we've been talking about and everything. But I want to start by the happy picture, right? Who's the supreme commander of our armed forces today? Right, our Honorable President, Shrimati Draupadi Murmu. I come from an organization where my business unit is led by a woman. The top leadership is majorly women in my organization. We have a very strong focus on DEI. Right? We have Karen, who's our Chief Equity and Innovation Officer, a CXO level position, right? Why I'm saying all that is that in product organizations today, there is a lot of focus on diversity. So this is a very good time to be a woman in tech or a woman in product. Right? Last 4 or 5 years, our Honorable Prime Minister has put in a lot of focus on Nari Shakti. Now, that doesn't mean that everything goes away, what Rashi has alluded to or Vaishali was talking about. I'll give you an anecdote. Once taking an elevator in my office building, it so happened I was the only man in that elevator amongst the group of women. And that day was like, a realization for me, what does it feel to be sitting in a meeting room full of men, right? And especially, I mean, being very honest and transparent when some take pride in making off-color remarks and jokes, right? I mean, that respect has to be there in the work environment. That empathy has to be built in. Diversity is not just a gender diversity. Diversity is of diversity of thought, right? I mean, I don't want to generalize that all women think alike, all men think alike. But yes, there's a pattern. And when you have women on the table, there is a diversity of thought, right? So my message to all the women out there, this is a great time because a lot of companies are hiring for diversity. Go out there, right? We men have a lot to catch up on. We are not even 30%, 40% in the second occupation that the most women run, which is the household, right? So if we do our part, if we come to at least 50% and take that 50% responsibility of the households, right, that would go a long way in having women sustain their careers and reach the leadership positions in the organizations.
Absolutely, I think that's where we call ourselves super achievers. I'd really like to open it up to anyone who wants to ask some question, and I really want to hear it from the students. I mean, not that others can ask, but I think we really want to hear from the students as to how you feel, anything that you need to ask.
Or I can maybe just quickly add, whenever I introduce how I am from AWS, usually while we were on these speaking engagements was, I used to have a slide which I couldn't today. I just realized, imagine a taxi and a candy along, right? And I think this is every parent's nightmare. I remember number of times while we were, and this is also coming in place in terms of how technology is playing these days. I was always told whenever I was playing in my respective lanes of the colony, do not get into a stranger's car, do not accept a candy, do not take water, do not even talk to them, everything, that's coming that way, saying do not, right? And imagine a company like Uber literally building a business model based on that, where we tell them where we live, we accept a candy, we accept their experiences, we accept their water, we tell them where we are going, all these things that are really coming in place. So much so that we don't call taxis anymore, we call them Uber, Ola, we don't call banks anymore, we call them Paytms, we call them, mostly not theaters anymore, but we call Netflix, Hotstar, Prime taking over. And if you've experienced any of these technologies or applications and products, you've experienced AWS. That's how it always came to me, that technology has built a lot of trust that we cannot see. And I think with what Mr. Rajesh has mentioned with Uber, you can't explain this to as if, explain it to me as if I'm 5 or your grandmother. You can't explain the details behind all of this, right? But it's great to build that trust that this person that you don't know will take you from point A to point B and will also maybe give you a bottle of water. Just be nice to him. The least that you could do is be nice to him and maybe do a scanner at the end because they only accept cash these days. Or do a digital payment, call, ensure you have a quick knowledge of your scanner and then your OTP and everything else, right? So imagine how much of trust is being built with platforms like this. And all of these don't really have gender. And I think that's really important, to the point of diversity in thought. There's so much safety aspect that really came in, and people look at it from a women perspective as well, and how the number of initiatives that are really coming in the number of initiatives are being taken by these corporates as well to ensure there's enough trust that's being built between the consumer and the rider is also important, right? So I know there's still a lot more to do there, but we'll only realize the lot more to do when we have more women in the decision-making rooms, more women in the boardrooms who are making these feature designs or use cases, right? I think it's important maybe we all speak up in this room as well. There's nothing called a stupid or a silly question. We are expected to maybe do silly answers, but not on your side.
I have to volunteer. Guys, girls, no chance.
I think after the program is done, that's going to change,
Yeah.
and probably we'll have more questions.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, ma'am. So I have one question which is a little off topic, not the tech related. I remember, I think one thing that I've seen on the slide is about Antarctica expedition. Is that right? Yeah, okay. So on that, I think today's discussion is all about diversity. So that's really, really good and interesting. So I think you are the second woman I met, or I'm at least talking to you, who made expeditions to Antarctica. So anything like now, I've not seen any men, at least who went to Antarctica, at least in my circle. So just you're the second.
Trust me, there are a few of them who came along with us.
Definitely there are. So I just wanted to kind of get a quick note about Antarctica and women and your expectation. That's it.
No, I think it's interesting, right? I've done this in 2016, and it's just one of those best experiences because you also got to fundraise for your own expedition. So as a part of the group called 2041, along with this person called Robert Swan, who's the first person to walk both the South and North Pole. The idea is to learn more about climate change and come back to your respective city or the state that you belong to and become an ambassador for climate change. The best part is how you discover and how everything can just happen in a fraction of a second. The number of times I think I watch, every time I'm literally on my lowest of the lows, I go back and watch that video, right? Where there's an iceberg falling in just on the boat that we were on, and it could have been, and I still remember my mom asking me if I had insurance while I was going there, right? So things like this can just really change the way on how the climate change is really not really spoken about. While the topic that we are on, I think the climate change and resource scarcity is not really being spoken about so much as we speak about technology and urbanization, right? So I think those topics also need some rooms and dialogues and discussions. I think that's where we wanted to build those communities. I came back and I was part of one of the teams that was doing Hyderabad Urban Makeover physical literacy days. We used to do Ragiri days and Happy Sundays towards the roads of ISB. If you know, the entire road was blocked so that we could do only physical activities, and for families to come over and learn more about environment and what it's really doing to you as an individual, as an organization. I remember we did car-free Thursdays. And I think I had a board as well that I carried to Antarctica where I wanted to talk about the initiative, where all the IT employees were really picking up public transport on Thursdays, not really picking up their car and their respective vehicle. So there are quite a lot of initiatives that were coming in through while we were in the PPP sector of the world, which is public-private partnerships. We worked across with Cyberabad Commissionerate, Sajjanar Garu and the team so that we could build this, right? So it's important to understand how you could I think once you're really interested about a cause, there are always platforms that will give you the position to go back and talk about it. If there are no platforms, I think it's your bare minimum responsibility to go back and create them. And that's what I believe organizations or initiatives like this will do as well. But I think it's an interesting experience that I had. Now that you asked me about Antarctica, I've also realized there's another train journey that I've taken called Jagrati Yatra. I'm not sure how many of you know about it. It's a train journey that's built, it's a train that's only built for entrepreneurs to go, happens every December. 500 entrepreneurs aspiring, someone who's been there, done that, is on the train along with 50 other set of mentors. The idea is you go back and meet, you go to 12 places across India, which we call the Middle India, covering Bombay to Bombay again. We go to meet Mr. Narayan Murthy in Infosys. We go back to Anshu Gupta in Delhi, Barefoot College, where they make grandmothers engineers, in Rajasthan and Thalonia. We come back to Bombay, right? So we go to these 12 places, and imagine being on the train every day morning. You go to these role models, come back in the night, sit down with your respective cohort which you're assigned to, live on the train for 15 days. and come back, trust me, it was a life-changing experience for me. I think those experiences are many and many in India, because I've never experienced a tier 4 district. I've experienced a tier 3 district, tier 2 district, because my grandmothers are from a particular village. I went back during summer and I came back. But tier 4 district, where we still have women who use dry cloth, sand, dried leaves for their menstruation hygiene, is something that's still existing in India. For me, that was a big shocker, right? So you will, to the question of, I think, what Bharatwaj was asking, you don't have to, I think India, we have a lot of problems. We don't really have to ask for what's your problem or what's your latest problem, right? I think there are many problems as we go rural as well, not just urban. I think it's time that we maybe just, we don't have to romanticize the whole problem statement. I think it's time that we kind of build a business use case or understand how do we build a better solution across these problem statements. So for me, that was really a life-changing experience. And I hope whoever's inspired an aspiring entrepreneur, especially when you're a student, we've got enough platforms to do this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We have a small question. We have a question here from the crowd.
Ma'am, my question is to Rashi ma'am. So ma'am, how do you balance your work life? You can just share.
Fortunately, I'm blessed. I have parents who support me. I have about 24 years of experience now, and throughout my journey, they've been very supportive. So during the day, my mom becomes my daughter's mom, basically. She'll take care of her entire day. And in the evening, when I have a couple of hours, I am with her. So either it's my work or family. I am a very antisocial kind of person. So don't meet a lot of folks outside even on the weekends. So I'm able to manage, and knock on wood, it's all because of the support system I have. My supervisors, my peers, my office mates are very, very nice. And they all, we still have hybrid work culture. So I'm usually in office, but at least 3-4 days in a week I'm in office. And when I'm in office, it's like 10 hours in the office. So I'm able to manage. So far, so good. Probably when she gets older, I have to change my strategy a little bit. So I did change. I used to work probably 14-15 hours before she came into my life. And now it is 10 hours. And we'll see how it goes. Plus, I have a very good team, so I'm able to manage it well. I think it's just that you need that support. You need that ecosystem that supports you.
Yes, thank you for that. Thanks for the question. Thanks for the lovely answers. And blessings to your little one.
I actually want to hear this question and an answer to a man in the room as well, if in case. If someone wants to volunteer and talk about your work-life harmony.
Yeah, can I? Can I, on behalf of all the men?
No, I think you are a wrong user. I think Pankaj has something to say.
He wants to say something else.
Okay.
Anybody wants to take it, please?
Yeah, I think work-life balance is a myth in the current scenario. It's not about work-life balance. It's about work-life integration. Because work-life balance came when you couldn't take work back to home because you were not connected then. Now tell me how many of you don't take work back home? You take work back home, and this one thing that you are all slaves to, this will make you ensure that you are always hooked on. So please get out of that myth that you need to have a work-life balance. It does not exist. It is about how do you integrate your work with your personal life and the professional life, and the faster you do it, the more successful you will be.
Yeah, totally agree with that. I think we are in a very good era of deep tech where all of us are always connected, and I think the deep tech. Someone was saying, right, if I had an opportunity, I would have come to be born as a youth now. But I think this is the era when you have a lot of things that you can avail and benefit out of. So, yeah.
I want to just add another perspective to that. We're talking about women in tech. What about women in other vocations, in other sectors, right? We have maids coming in our houses for doing the dishes and the cleaning. Most of them women. I haven't seen any man come in and do the dishes so far. They have kids, they have families. I go to the Vijeta store, most of the staff is female. They have families, they have kids, right? You go to the malls, everywhere, you would see a much higher participation of females in workforce in these sectors, right? They are managing. I don't know how. I sometimes ask my maid, what about the kids? And then she says, yeah, they'll play there. And, someday she'll say that I want to take a day off because the kid is not well. So they also have this real problem. So we should not, I'm sorry to say, sit here and fantasize that all the problems are with us. Right?
Work-life balance is a rich man's problem.
Exactly. We are really privileged. My organization provides us well-being day off. Right? My organization doesn't ask me to be in office from a certain point in time to a certain point in time. Work-life integration. I can get up 8:30 in the morning, take a call, 1 hour, spend time doing whatever I want to, and then again start work again. So, and equal stakes for both men and women, and then you will have a good story and your work will run smoothly professionally and personally.
Brilliant points.
Pankaj.
Pankaj, do you want to talk about the Nurture program? Yeah, I think you should. This is a good time to do that.
Yeah, so I just want to quickly submit a couple of things. As part of this initiative, there's a specific initiative that we are starting called Nurture. And Nurture is focused only on women students. So we want to start with about 10 students from each college and slowly increase it. And we really want to take the help of some of you here who can be their role models, because ultimately we believe that if these women students, 10 women students in the college, can do well and can become good achievers, then it creates a good environment around them, creates an example. I'll give you a simple example. When we invited for this event, we were very specific that there should be one boy student, one male student, and one female student who should represent, right? But I think 80% of boys have turned up. So there are reasons, and I don't think there's a solution right off the cuff. We'll have to work together, we'll have to create that confidence, we'll have to make women take more initiatives. I think given an opportunity at home also, people will say, why are you going? Can you not miss it? Can you not avoid it? Travel related issues and also. That's one thing I wanted to submit. Second is that ICT team itself, we're always keen to add more and more diversity. We have Sheetal with us, we have a couple of others, but I would request you both also to join and invite more people, because surely as ICT committee, we are very keen that we have a better thought process, and that can only happen when we have a more diverse view. So these are two simple points that I wanted to make. Thank you.
I think with that we will close the discussion, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome. Yep. So please stay on the stage for one more minute. And can I request Ms. Sangeeta, please give away the mementos to the lovely panel here as well. Thank you. A round of applause, guys. Wonderful. Good to hear.
Before giving the mementos, I just want to share a small piece of information. Who was the person who asked a question to Rashi about work-life balance? Okay. So these kind of questions should be asked to men also. So how do you balance your personal life? Because they so that has to change. So that. Yes. No, the answers are obvious, but then that obvious answers have to change. So that's where I'm coming to.
Good point. Point taken. All of us, we promise we will change. All right. Momentous to the guests. Ma'am, thank you. Thanks, Rashi.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vaishali. Thank you. Thank you, Avnish. Thank you, Sheetal. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. We have two things to do, two more things. One is the postcards. You all would have seen it in your hands. If it's all been filled up, without that, nobody gets lunch. Just joking. No. The filled up form is a coupon for lunch. No, I think what we try to do is we want to frame this the cards in a one single collage in a frame and keep it with the ICT FTCCI committee for this initiative. That these were the first people in the group who committed to this initiative. So take that opportunity. Every time somebody comes to FTCCI office, you will always have that, your name written on it, and we will point it out. Yeah, this was this student, this was this academician, etc. So if you have filled it, if you have any doubts, any questions on the form, a postcard, fairly simple though, right? Yeah, if you can fill. All right. So yeah, this was a second last thing, and last thing is a vote of thanks from our side. Can I request Pankaj to, on the behalf of this team here, to extend a vote of thanks to everybody present here?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, thank you is a very simple word which probably will not capture the spirit and the kind of bonhomie and the kind of oneness with which we had the meeting today, with which we had the discussion today. First of all, I'm thankful to all the guests, including the students, the college representatives, the industry representatives, all the speakers for being here and for being here on time, traveling from various places. Second is, of course, I know that we have probably extended the time that we signed up for. Thank you all for being so patient and being so participative about it, right? Thank you, Professor Uday Desai. You've always been a guiding light for us. Thank you so much. As a mentor, as an advisor to ICT committee, we look forward to you. We look forward to your guidance all the time. I would also like to thank Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, who was so, considerate that when he had a sudden engagement which he couldn't avoid, he volunteered to record a message, and that too on a festival like Holi. So he volunteered to, record a message, and you saw how passionate and how close he is. And I've worked with him for the last few years, and I know from every forum he's been talking about this and is very keen on this. Thank you all the speakers, all the industry guests. Avnish in the morning said he has to be paid for traveling all the way from here. I hope that the interest with which the students listen to you, the interest with which all the audience listen to you is some form of payback. That's the only thing we are giving you. I would also like to thank all the senior college leadership, the faculty members who have spent their day out of college. I'm sure there's so many responsibilities in college which would have missed and come here all the way. Thank you all the students for being here. And of course, the team of FTCCI, the leadership of FTCCI, which has been so encouraging. Like someone said in the morning, you can always have an idea, but what about executing it? I think right from the day one, apart from the skit that Manish and me played, I think one important thing that we missed showcasing in the skit is the kind of support that we got from Mr. Mohan Raidu, who is the ICT chair, from the president of FTCCI, senior vice president, our other colleagues like Bala, Raghu, Sayantan. So many of us have spent so many afternoons, so many lunch, meeting over lunch, meeting in the evenings, just to talk about this, just to, because we are actually carrying a burden in the sense that, there's so many times such initiatives have been announced, there's so many times MOUs have been signed, that today we shudder to think when we talk about another initiative like this. We shudder to think when we talk about an MOU. In fact, some of the colleges, when I call them, I could sense a kind of a sarcastic smile. Is it going to be another initiative? Is it going to be another MOU kind of a thing, right? And in the same light, I also want to bow my head and really thank some of the colleges who actually we did not even invite, but they kind of showed the bonhomie that we are all together in this. And I think if I were to say that
a little goodwill that I have earned in the last 20 years. It is this goodwill that I was so pleasantly surprised. So many of the industry friends and colleges who we probably, could not even reach out because of shortage of time, and we thought it may not interest them. They may not be interested in participating in an event like this. They came down and they said, no, we are very interested in seeing what's going on and what's happening. So thank you all so much. We are all together in this. We are one team, and we have to work together. And I think we have to make this happen for ourselves, for our young professionals, because we owe it to them. People always talk about paying back, but I think what I learned from my mentor and my friends in the industry is we don't get an opportunity to pay back to people who help us. We only have an opportunity to pay forward. And this is a way in which we can actually pay forward to our young people, because if we are going to help them today, they are going to help the next generation and the next generation. So thank you all so much for being here. I would like to thank the team of Idea Labs, team of Talent Farm, the team of FTCCI, all the people, so many technicians, so many people from press and media who have covered this. So thank you all so much, all the cameramen, all the people who have been part of this. Many of them don't get a chance to come on the stage. They actually do the work behind the scenes. Some of us take the stage and take some credit of these things. And of course, I would request everyone to give a huge round of applause to our free anchor, Manish Gupta. Manish has been a fantastic support and has been in the thick of this initiative and a partner in crime. Thank you so much. Thank you all. FTCCI staff I've thanked, and thank you so much for your support. And they do magic. 2 days back, this room and a lot of facilities here were different, and in 2 days, it has actually turned into a magic. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you.
Lunch will be served in the same room as the tea. So please proceed ahead.
Manish, can we announce the student badges can be collected?
Students, hello, hi students. You need to collect the badges as well, the student champ badges. Have you guys collected it? Students? Student badge? Oh yeah, okay, you got it. Please collect it from the registration desk. Okay.